Well, good evening, everybody. How are we tonight? Hopefully, everybody has had a great day. Happy Tuesday. We are back. And we are going to be doing more Cairn tonight. I had a lot of fun. I needed a little bit of a change of pace last night. So we did Half Sword. Half Sword was cool. Was a lot of fun. We'll do more of that. I figure Half Sword is kind of one of those deals where basically what it is we will, end up doing it here and there when, I need something different. I need a change, basically. That's what I'm thinking. But yeah, we'll probably end up doing more Cairn tonight. We'll see where we end up going with it. But first, there's two things I actually want to watch. There's something that came out yesterday, believe it or not, again, so they're really hyping the shit out of this, for Resident Evil Requiem. And then there's like a 27-minute, that's the long one. There's a 27-minute video that I want to watch that gives us a Resident Evil recap for everything that's gone on, and apparently it's like, what are they calling it? It's the complete timeline. So that should be interesting. But yeah, that's what we're doing tonight. Sorry for the late start. I took a nap and then I woke up and went, oh shit, and I had to get dinner. So I was eating dinner, and that's where that message came from. But I'm here. I'm ready to go. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Other than that, I guess the best way to put it is it's been a day. It's been a Tuesday. There's nothing like really all that bad. You know what I mean? Like there's nothing that was terrible or anything like that. It wasn't awful. There was nothing like earth-shattering. There's nothing that like, the walls came crumbling down. It was a day. You know what I mean? It was a day. It wasn't the best day. Wasn't the worst day by any. It was somewhere in the middle. Right? It was just a day. Yeah. That's it sounds weird, but yeah, that's pretty much where we're at. Right? So let's get into these videos. The sooner we do, the sooner we can get back to Cairn. I've had some ideas, but we'll have to see. So let's do this, shall we? Oh, and by the way, they do say that this is a live-action short film. So I know it looks kind of funky, but it's not AI.
It wasn't always like this. I used to think we were lucky. I thought we had it all. A simple house. Good life. Sunday mornings. Dance-offs. Afternoons at the park. Story time.
Just one more, Mama.
It was our perfect little world. Then it started. First the sirens, then the emergency broadcasts.
Why does it sound like she's talking through a phone? Does anybody else hear that?
Due to the citywide outbreaks, you are advised to take shelter at the Raccoon City Police Station. Food and medical supplies will be provided to everyone in need.
Then the screams. God, the screams. silence. And I learned something I never wanted to know. How fast everything you love can go away. We ran. We fought. We hid. And still, they came.
You know, she told her not to scream, and then she did anyway, so I'm gonna assume one or both of them are dead.
I told myself we would make it. We just needed more time. You always think that you have more time. Until you don't.
Oh, okay, so the girl died because she was an idiot and screamed.
If anyone finds this, tell them I tried. Tell them I was still me. Right up until the end.
That's the last of them. Facility secured.
Copy that. Raccoon City is ours.
Huh. Wait a minute. So... Okay, so obviously they both got turned. But it looks like she got turned sometime later, which, okay, fine. And they're going off of the premise of the way that the zombies are going to be working in Requiem, which we already know, which is that basically whatever their, for lack of a better term, whatever their identity is, right, is what they're going to be. So she was a grieving mom before she got turned. That's exactly what she is as a zombie, right? The fry cook. We saw it when they showed us, I think it was the latest trailer for the game, when you're playing as Grace, right? You see the fry cook, and he's sitting there, and he's banging the spatula on the griddle and just goes, "Order up," right? That's his identity, because that's what he was doing when he got bit, right? Or when he turned. Or you have, I want to say it was either a bellboy or it was some drunk asshole, right? Some rich drunk asshole who was like pissing and moaning about the elevator not working, and he literally just sits there and just keeps pushing the button, right? It's whatever their identity is, not necessarily what makes them, but whatever in that moment, whatever their last like thing was, I guess, that they could identify as is what they are. So they're going off of that premise, which is actually kind of cool. The other thing that they're showing us, which is also really cool, is at the very end, right? She gets shot, and then you hear that's the last of them. And the city is ours. Okay, fair enough. But we don't yet know when this happened, right? We do know that at some point, obviously, shit kind of goes south, and it has to, because I'm assuming that's the military, right? I'm assuming that it has to be the military that takes over the city. But we already know that in Requiem, everything kind of goes to shit again, right? There's more zombies, there's things going on, and so on. So I'm not entirely sure how unless they kind of like oopsied a little bit, I guess you could call it. But I don't know. They're hyping the crap out of this, so I really don't see that being the case, right? It feels like that's the military that, you know, was able to get rid of basically whatever happened with Umbrella. So it's entirely possible that something new is going on in Raccoon City, which, I mean, duh, but something is going on in Raccoon City where there's possibly a new virus that's starting up. And the only way that I can really think of it, and I could be way off base, but the only way that I can really think of it is think of it like Detroit, right? You have a city that is completely in ruins. You have entire sections of the city that are just falling apart. You have entire sections of the city where there are neighborhoods where nobody's there. They're untouched, but nobody lives there anymore. And then you have people that are still there. The remnants of this city that used to be Detroit, that used to be kind of the home of the automotive industry. And it's just falling apart. So you have this guy who is running this little mom and pop hole in the wall restaurant, flipping burgers or whatever, and he's making barely enough to scrape by, or he may not be making anything at all, but it doesn't really matter because nobody's coming to kick him out because everybody kind of forgot about the city to begin with. Or you have somebody of some prominence in the city who's got a lot of money who just doesn't really give much of a shit, and they're living it up in a high rise somewhere, right? And everything to them is kind of status quo, but then all of a sudden something happens, and now that fry cook and, you know, this other complete fucking idiot, right? They're both turned. That's kind of what this feels like, right? I don't know much about it, but that's kind of why I wanted to go through this other video, because I was kind of hoping that it might shed a little bit of light, because I'm gonna be honest, I'm a little light on my Resident Evil lore here. Gonna be honest, I am kind of, yeah. So let's take a look.
The 9th entry in the mainline Resident Evil series is fast approaching. But if you're looking to jump in for the first time, you might be left wondering what the hell is going on.
Where's everyone going? Bingo?
Here is a very condensed synopsis of the main Resident Evil story and everything you need to know leading into Resident Evil Requiem. Warning, the following contains spoilers.
Resident Evil 0.
July 23rd, 1998. Raccoon City Police STAR's Bravo team is dispatched to investigate murders in the Arclay Mountains, but crashes before they can reach. Survivor Rebecca Chambers makes her way towards a spooky-looking mansion nearby to find the rest of Bravo team. Before she can arrive, Rebecca, along with her newly acquired convict companion Billy Cohen, arrive at an abandoned training facility, discovering that its former director, Dr. James Marcus, along with former partner Oswald E. Spencer, was responsible for a new biological weapon dubbed the T-Virus, a deadly infection that turns humans into zombies and other monstrosities.
Resident Evil.
Okay, so somebody's gonna have to explain this to me. Bleached, how you doing? Good to see you. And maybe you know Bleached. I need a little bit of explanation. I never played Resident Evil 0. So Rebecca Chambers is the medic that you find in the original Resident Evil, right? Cool. But if Resident Evil 0 is the story of Rebecca Chambers getting into the mansion, wouldn't that mean that the game ended once she got into the mansion? Like, it's just wouldn't that kind of be it, right? Like, wouldn't that make sense? Because if she got into the mansion and she doesn't know much of anything, okay, that makes sense. But if she has to go fight some big bad boss or whatever before she gets into the mansion, or she gets into the mansion and then she has to fight some big bad boss, doesn't that mean we're kind of missing something in the original? If that's it, so, like, yeah, literally the entire game would just be like a rehash of like gameplay mechanic from the original Resident Evil, but it's just more stumbling around getting from where the helicopter crashed to the mansion, and then you get into the mansion and go, okay, that's it, we're done, and then that's pretty much it. I also never played that one, but yes, it does. IRC. Okay, I mean, fair enough.
The Alpha team is dispatched to find out what happened to Bravo team. The search leads STARS members Jill Valentine, Chris Redfield, Barry Burton, and team leader Albert Wesker to the Spencer Mansion. The gang splits up and discovers the horrible fates of fallen STARS members due to the T-virus outbreak. And Chris finds Bravo team member Rebecca...
I think that she's going after a team that was helping. Well, so this is Rebecca, right? She is Bravo team. So she was sent to Bravo, or she was sent in, and the chopper went down. Because she was sent in because there was a report of an outbreak, and she was part of STARS' Bravo team, and then her chopper went down, and if I remember correctly, she's quite literally the only survivor of the chopper crash. True, what's going on, buddy? All I can recall from a friend playing it is some leech guy in it. Yeah, if I remember correctly, the leech guy was like an escaped prisoner, or something like that. I don't fucking know. But yeah.
Chambers still alive.
You.
Chris Redfield, Alpha Team. We're here to rescue you.
Jill and Chris eventually discover that the Umbrella Corporation, a pharmaceutical company with shady business practices, was behind illegal experiments that resulted in the horrors roaming the mansion's halls. Eventually, once they reach the sinister laboratory, our survivors discover that Wesker, their team leader, is actually a traitor.
Okay, again, I know they're going after typical zombie tropes here, right? I literally just finished watching it. But why is it that every time there's a standing body of water in some sort of horror movie, people have to look into it? If I'm a member of STARS and there's a tub full of water, I'm shooting that fucking tub. If there's a toilet full of water, I'm shooting the toilet. If there's a sink full of water, I'm shooting the fucking sink. Why does everybody have to stare into the standing body of water? Especially if they're heavily armed. This is also where I have to admit I'm not the biggest fan of playing Resident Evil games because I personally do not like third-person shooters. Fair. Because no one in horror games exists in a world that has horror media in it. I mean, apparently. But wouldn't that just kind of be like... Second, like, I can understand somebody going through it the first time. You know what I mean? Like, oh, hey, Chris Redfield, he's in the mansion, and Chris Redfield looks into a sink, and now all of a sudden something comes out of the sink and tries to... Okay, fair enough. But then he goes and he tells Jill Valentine, he goes... Jill, something came out of the sink. And she goes, oh no, we better be careful. And then from then on, every fucking sink, toilet, tub, shower, pool, literally anything just gets shot.
and works for Umbrella in some capacity. Wesker infects himself with a strain of the T-virus for some elaborate plan that involves releasing a new superweapon.
See this? You see, like, look, standing water. I would fucking annihilate this thing as soon as I walked in.
That swiftly kills him. After managing to defeat the monster, the remaining STARS team escape the facility. Our survivors return to Raccoon City and begin to learn that the corruption runs deep. They decide to go rogue and investigate a grand corporate conspiracy. Chris heads off to Europe solo, and Jill stays in the city to learn more about Umbrella.
Resident Evil 3.
In September 1998, Raccoon City became overrun with zombies. Umbrella sees this outbreak as an opportunity to test its latest bioweapon, sending down the experimental Nemesis, a hulking beast with a rocket launcher that's tasked only with the death of all STARS members.
Rocket launcher? Really?
Yep.
While Jill desperately tries to
I hated that run too.
escape the outbreak with Nemesis hot on her heels, rookie RPD officer Leon S. Kennedy and Chris Redfield's younger sister Claire Redfield both arrive in Raccoon City at the worst possible time.
Resident Evil 2.
After being separated following a car accident, Leon and Claire agree to meet up at the nearby police department. Unfortunately, the building is also infested with zombies.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
On her quest to find her brother Chris, Claire runs into Sherry Birkin, a young girl being pursued by a monstrous weirdo who turns out to not only be her dad, but also Umbrella's leading scientist William Birkin.
You gotta be kidding me.
Turns out Billy B had planned to betray Umbrella and sell his newly developed G-Virus, but before he had the chance, he was gunned down by Umbrella. Before dying, William managed to infect himself with the G-Virus, allowing it to spread into Raccoon City through the water system, creating the enormous mess all our characters are now dealing with. Nice.
Okay, but hang on. Why does who's you all know who I'm talking about when it comes to this guy. What's his name? He's a singer. Why does he look like him? He's got red hair. Why does he look like him? I can't remember. Hang on. God damn it. Do this. Bad habits. Singer. Ed Sheeran. Thank you. There we go. He looks like Ed Sheeran. He does. He looks like Ed Sheeran.
Raccoon City through the water system, creating the enormous mess all our characters are now dealing with. Nice one, Willie. Meanwhile, Leon runs into Ada Wong, an FBI agent who's seeking the G-Virus for herself to prove Umbrella's corruption. They decide to form an alliance, for now.
Thank you.
Leon and Ada run into Birkin's wife Annette, who is not a big fan of the pair.
You'll never get the G-Virus!
Leon and Ada follow her to a secret Umbrella underground facility called Nest in pursuit of the G-Virus sample.
I wonder where the G-Virus is.
Claire also arrives at Nest in search of a vaccine for a now infected Sherry. Leon manages to obtain the G-Virus sample but runs into William, who, in his freakish form, mortally wounds his wife. Annette reveals to Leon that Ada is not what she seems, and is actually a mercenary who's looking to sell the G-Virus to the highest bidder.
She's gonna sell it.
Ada demands the G-Virus, but before Leon can hand it over, Annette manages to shoot Ada, who then falls to her death, dropping the G-Virus sample in the process. Claire finds the vaccine.
Okay, but Ada doesn't fall to her death. She just falls. We don't know how Ada does it, but Ada always comes back. We know this.
And gives it to Annette to cure her daughter, while she tangles with an out-of-control William. Sherry is cured, but Annette eventually dies of her injuries. The facility is set to self-destruct, and Claire, Sherry, and Leon board a train to escape.
Shit. Gotta get out of here.
Yes, people do bounce. It's true.
With Nest destroyed, the crew finally manages to escape the nightmare.
They're like the opposite of bananas in this universe. Bananas do not bounce. So they're kind of like the opposite of that.
On the outskirts of Raccoon City, vow to continue their fight against Umbrella.
So, is it over?
I don't know. But if it's not, we'll stop it. Whatever it takes.
Yeah, you damn right we will.
While Jill, Leon, and Claire are dealing with their own issues amidst a zombie outbreak, 8 other Raccoon City residents are also in a desperate fight for survival. Most notably, local journalist Alyssa Ashcroft.
Okay, so wait a minute. So you got Resident Evil 2, Resident Evil 3, and Resident Evil Outbreak all taking place roughly at about the same time. That I did not know. Interesting. Okay. That I did not know. That's an interesting one. Official GTA 6 launch marketing starts this summer and the date is locked in. I find it more interesting that there was an ESRB rating for the PC version of Death Stranding 2 that came out in November of last year and somehow everybody missed it.
An investigative reporter trying to spotlight Umbrella's evil ways. Alyssa manages to escape Raccoon City before its government-issued annihilation, carrying information that could expose Umbrella once and for all.
Aylin, good to see ya. How you doing? Also, guys, it's Aylin's birthday today.
Resident Evil 3.
Elsewhere in Raccoon City, Jill
Happy
Valentine
birthday,
is
Aylin.
infected with the T-virus. Fortunately, Carlos Oliveira, a merc who, despite being hired by Umbrella, is on the scene to not only cure Jill, but also help her find an important vaccine.
Come on. This shit better work.
At this point, our heroes discover the unfortunate news that the US
Told
government
you
plans
in
to wipe out
confidence.
Raccoon City with a missile strike, hoping to eradicate the infection. Carlos and Jill head to another underground lab, this time creatively called Nest 2. Unfortunately, Nemesis is still alive and very
Nope,
much in pursuit.
I can't say that.
Jill
Nope.
and Carlos manage to take out the abomination once and for all, and with the vaccine sample in hand, escape the city before the missile strike. Unfortunately, Nikolai, Carlos's former colleague slash secret operative, is waiting and manages to destroy the vaccine vial. Jill and Carlos take down Nikolai, leaving him for dead, and escape just before the missile arrives to completely floor Raccoon City for good.
But yes, happy birthday, Aylin. Hopefully it's been a good one for you. Seriously, happy birthday, and yeah. Doing all right. Lance and I are getting some noms before we play some D4. Oh boy, what are you getting?
Resident Evil.
3 months after escaping from Raccoon
Okay, so wait a minute. So let's go back here. So we've got Resident Evil 2, Resident Evil 3, and Resident Evil Outbreak that all take place at the same time. The timeline itself is kind of convoluted, but that's really all we need to know, is that the 3 of them really, like, they all happen at the same time, and Ashcroft comes from Outbreak. Freebirds, I'm cheap and wanted it. I don't know what Freebirds is, but there's nothing wrong with that.
City, Claire
It's your
Redfield,
birthday.
in search of her brother Chris, attempts to raid a European Umbrella facility before being captured. Claire is taken to an island prison commanded by Alfred Ashford, the governor of Rockfort Island. An outbreak occurs, of course, and after being freed, Claire gets to work looking for Chris and escaping the island. There's no sign of Chris, so after much trouble, Claire escapes on a plane. Ashford, who it turns out has a split personality disorder and often believes himself to be his twin sister Alexia, takes control of the plane remotely and crashes it into another Umbrella facility, this time in Antarctica. It's also worth noting that during the crash, Claire spends a period unconscious here, during which she has a dream that turns out to be the plot of Resident Evil Survivor 2.
It's like Chipotle, but better and doesn't give you food poisoning. Oh, okay. That's actually an added benefit. I like that. You know, maybe we should stop letting zombies into things. I mean, to be fair, nobody really thought that you'd have a guy that had so much money it'd make you puke, go kind of nuts, and have some incestuous delusions about his sister to the point where he believed he was his sister, and he just also happened to have military equipment because he's so rich. That one's kind of on him. Like, I mean, let's be fair. Umbrella's already done by Code Veronica, right? By the time Code Veronica hits, Umbrella's already fucked. This one's kind of on that dude. But I get what you're saying.
Weird. Alfred, believing Claire to be a spy, also escapes Rockfort in a quest for revenge, and after he's fatally wounded, frees his actual sister Alexia, the person he previously believed or wished himself to be, who was cryogenically frozen and riddled with a new virus called T. Veronica.
Oh, great.
Meanwhile, back on Rockfort Island, wouldn't you know it, Chris has shown up looking for Claire. Instead, he runs into his old pal / mortal enemy, Albert Wesker.
Long time no see, Chris.
Wesker? Who's still alive, super strong, and on a mission to find the T. Veronica sample. Turns out his plan was to be killed by the Tyrant so he could reach his full potential of some experimental virus he had or something like that. They both make their way to Antarctica, and Chris finally reunites with Claire, who then defeats a now very powerful Alexia before escaping as the facility, you guessed it, self-destructs.
Chris!
Hey, you know that I always keep my promises.
Oh, and Chris and Claire vow to take down Umbrella. You seeing a pattern here?
There's still something we've got to do.
You mean...
Yeah, it's payback time. We've got to destroy Umbrella. Now, let's finish this once and for all.
Right. How the fuck did they figure out how to fly a Harrier?
Resident Evil 4.
6 years have now passed, and Umbrella is now long gone due to a government suspension and a stock value crash. Basically, the lamest way possible for a big bad to go out. Leon Kennedy, the once rookie RPD officer, is now a government agent who's sent on a mission to rescue the president's daughter Ashley from her kidnappers in rural Spain. Leon discovers that not only are her kidnappers a cult called Los Illuminados, but they're also infected by a brand new mind-controlling parasite called Las Plagas.
Stop asking smart questions and just accept it. It's shit like that that takes me out of things sometimes. Like, okay, let me put it this way. Chris and Jill are both part of STARS. It is not out of the realm of possibility for them to know how to drive an armored vehicle, right? Something like what we see for a SWAT van, or depending on the type of military-esque training or paramilitary training that they get, even something like an APC. I could totally understand that. But I'm pretty sure there aren't many, if any, military or paramilitary troops who would be similar in vocation to Chris and Jill that know how to fly a fucking Harrier. That's kind of like so far out of their pay grade that their pay grade doesn't even know that one exists. You know what like...
Rescue, Leon coincidentally bumps into an old flame, Ada Wong.
You can stop right there, Leon. Wouldn't make me use this, would you?
Who turns out to not be dead and is once again on the hunt for a virus. After rescuing Ashley, Leon confronts the cult's leader, Sadler, and with the help of Ada, they defeat him. Bringing down the parasite and all the hordes he infected.
I also like the new Sadler, or I should say not the new Sadler, but the remake Sadler, because he looks like Voldemort. He does. He looks like Ray Fiennes as Voldemort, and I just always found that funny.
I'll give you a holy body.
Ada, once again showing her true colors, takes the Las Plagas sample and escapes by helicopter.
Yeah, but she's hot, though. I'm just saying, like, I get it. She takes it. It's not that she's smarter. She's just hot. I mean, come on. Think about it. Look at that silhouette. Would you shoot that? I wouldn't.
but not before, yep, setting the base to self-destruct.
I don't understand. Why would she just...
Gotta move. Island's gonna blow.
It's gonna what?
Yeah.
Leon and Ashley managed to escape very dramatically on a jet ski and appeared to ride it all the way back from Spain to the US. I mean, they probably just went back to the mainland and took a more traditional route, but imagining they jet skied across the Atlantic is funnier. So
It's a lot funnier, and I always love that ending because, again, it does show the ridiculousness, and they intentionally leave it ambiguous. Well, where are we going to go now? And he's like, I don't know. And then it just kind of ends, and they're out in the middle of the fucking ocean in a jet ski. And it's like, did you drive it back to the U.S.? How did that work? Could someone explain this to me? Do all jet skis just have unlimited fuel in the Resident Evil universe? Because if so, I kind of want one.
I say they did that.
Resident Evil Revelations.
Shortly after the events of Resident Evil 4, we're finally reunited with our original protagonists, Chris Redfield and Jill Valentine, who are now involved in a new investigation into bioorganic weapons, which results in them discovering a new strain of the T-virus.
I'm gonna be... What did I just hit? There. I'm gonna be honest, I looked at that fast, I thought that said Queen Dildo. It was just me. I saw that and I went, why does it say Queen Dildo on my screen?
Called T-Abyss, a weapon that the latest new evil organization Veltro plans to use, infecting 1/5 of the world's oceans. Ultimately, there's a lot of betrayal and evil plots here, with names and organizations
That's a different horror game. That's true. It's the porno version of Resident Evil.
Don't feature in the wider series, except for one, the BSAA, short for the Bioterrorism Security Assessment Alliance. Chris and Jill are founding members, and this new organization's motives become the driving force for these characters going forward.
More like the Bullshit Assholes Association.
Naturally, Chris and Jill survive the events of Revelations, taking us directly into the next chapter of Resident Evil.
Resident Evil 5.
Oh, the boulder punching one. Yes.
2 years after Resident Evil 4, our original bad Wesker is still on the loose. Chris and Jill, now under the banner of the BSAA, follow a lead towards Umbrella's founder Oswald E. Spencer, but instead run into Albert Wesker, who has killed Spencer. Wesker, seemingly even more powerful than before and now dodging bullets for fun, is more than a match for Chris and Jill. To save Chris's life, Jill sacrifices herself, sending...
To be fair, this, if I remember correctly, this was also right around the same time the last, or I should say the third Matrix movie came out, so this all makes sense in that context.
Both her and Wesker to their deaths. Chris, understandably, is a bit sad.
Resident Evil 5.
Almost 3 years after Jill's death, Chris is tasked with apprehending terrorist Ricardo Irving, who is selling bioorganic weapons in Africa.
Wow, perceptive, aren't ya?
Along with his new partner Sheva, Chris discovers that the locals are infected by a modified Las Plagas parasite. Chris is also informed by the BSAA that Jill could still be alive. After defeating a mutated Irving, Chris and Sheva learn that Tricell, the company that funds the BSAA, had taken over Umbrella's seedy work in conjunction with a, would you believe it, still alive Wesker, who's been conducting human experiments.
Wesker, you are alive.
Unfortunately, one of his victims is Jill, who is also still alive and now under Wesker's control.
Oh, she's the one with the thing on her boobs, right?
Chris and Sheva managed to subdue Jill.
What did I just say? He ripped that fucking thing off her tits. She had the tit thing. Like the tit bug thing.
Remove the mind control device before it's too late. Wesker tries to flee on a bomber, which crash lands into, of all places, a volcano. After some brief boulder punching, Chris and Sheva finally kill Wesker once and for all. And all is well in the world, for now.
Locked and loaded.
Suck on this, Wesker.
Your time's up, you son of a bitch.
Resident Evil is a serious series.
Revelations 2.
Claire Redfield, younger sister of Chris and now a member of TerraSave, an anti-bio-terror company, once again finds herself trapped on an island with her new partner, Moira Burton, daughter of Barry Burton. Remember him? He's the Jill Sandwich guy.
Yes, I remember the Jill Sandwich guy.
Fit nicely into a sandwich.
No. You're using the wrong one, you idiot. This is IGN. Okay, this is what IGN does. IGN fucks it up because the line is you would have fit. The line is not you would have fit nicely into a sandwich. The original line is you would have been a Jill sandwich.
This island, an abandoned prison, isn't a nice place to be. While being stalked by mysterious monsters are directed around this labyrinth by someone known as the Overseer.
Who the f is quoting poetry?
Are you afraid?
After all the typical Resident Evil hijinks involving other survivors, shady corporations and betrayal, it's revealed that the Overseer is called Alex Wesker. Although she does share a surname though, she's not actually a relative of the infamous villain. Stay tuned for that later. But rather a kidnapped child who was snatched for her talents and inducted into the Wesker Project. A sinister plot developed by Oswald E. Spencer to try and develop a race of superior beings using the T-Phobos virus. Another virus, blimey.
I have to destroy you!
Alex has been doing her own experiments on the prison island, injecting a virus into her victims and creating a fresh batch of monstrosities. Eventually, Claire and Moira corner Alex, and now, with nowhere left to run, Alex commits suicide. But not
Jesus!
before, say it with me, setting the base to self-destruct.
Of course.
Claire manages to escape, but unfortunately, Moira is trapped under rubble.
Bye, Moira.
Enter Big Daddy Barry.
Moira.
6 months pass before Barry reaches the island, desperately chasing Moira's SOS signal. But before finding his daughter, he runs into a still alive but mutated Alex Wesker.
It's not enough to live. I want to transcend.
After more survival horror hijinks, Barry eventually comes face to face with Alex, who's now heavily mutated into a final glowing orange target-covered form.
Nice.
Fortunately, both a still alive Moira and a returning Claire Redfield with a rocket launcher arrive to swing the odds in Barry's favor. In
nice
the epilogue,
slow-mo.
Claire receives a message about her brother Chris Redfield.
Wait, okay, so here's another thing. Why is it that it always has to be RPGs? Like that's not a rocket launcher. RPG stands for rocket propelled grenade. So it's literally just a grenade on the end of a rocket that has no guidance. Right? That's literally all it is. It's just a really oddly shaped grenade that's on the end of literally a dumbfire rocket. And those things are notorious for being like inaccurate and just kind of going off wherever the fuck after a certain distance. So why do they always have to use RPGs?
And his jaunt to China to handle another bioterror threat.
Yeah. Well, tell Piers to look after him.
Right, next up is Resident Evil 6, which features not one, but 3 interwoven campaigns, and it all gets very messy. Deep breath. Let's just get through this.
Okay.
Resident Evil
sucks.
In 2012, a new virus surfaced from a company dubbed Neo Umbrella.
Oh,
by
no.
Someone who appears to be Ada Wong.
Neo Umbrella. Oh boy, this was the creative one.
Series newcomer Jake Muller is believed to be the key to the vaccine, due to his antibodies. The reason Jake is immune is, well, because unlike Alex Wesker, he's actually Wesker's child.
So, you're Wesker Jr.
Wesker? You lost me.
In 2013, the American president decides that enough is enough with all these bioterror incidents, and it's time to spill the beans about what really happened in Raccoon City. However, before he can, there's another infection attack, and the president, now a zombie, has to be taken down by his loyal agent and series favorite, Leon Kennedy. Ada Wong then arrives and tells Leon that National Security Advisor Derek Simmons is affiliated with Neo Umbrella and behind the terror attack that zombified the press. Leon heads to China in pursuit of Simmons. Chris Redfield, now racked with post-traumatic stress and a thirst for revenge after his team was slaughtered by Ada, also heads to China, as does Jake, because, you know, plot.
Hell yeah!
Right, there's a lot going on here, so let's do this bit really quickly. Chris finds out Jake's true identity, and despite an awkward moment when Chris tells Jake he's killed his dad, they mostly work it out. Simmons dies, Chris's mate Piers is wounded, and then grows a new arm with the C virus and saves Chris. Jake kills his boss, who's not worth talking about, and we also find out that there are two Adas, one being an imposter called Carla, and that explains all the outfit changes, and finally all the—
There's Ada Wong, and then there's Ada White. Get it?
the good guys win and go their separate ways. Basically, a lot is going on, and it's not very good, so maybe just ignore this bit.
President would have done the same.
Resident Evil 7.
In 2017, Ethan Winters is searching for his missing wife, Mia, eventually following the trail deep into Louisiana, where he finds her imprisoned by a very odd and very disgusting family, the Bakers.
Okay, I'm just gonna throw this out there. Like, I played Resident Evil 7 and 8 to completion. Seriously, fuck Mia. Mia is awful. She's terrible, she's dumb, and she's shitty poop fuck. There is nothing good about Mia. I'm sorry, but there isn't. Mia is the one who decided that she had to go off and look for shit, and then ended up getting captured in Resident Evil 7 because she decided, oh, hey, I have a loving husband, and I have, you know, I'm possibly pregnant. I should go off and look for zombies, right? And then, come to find out, Mother Miranda decided at the end, oh, I should probably make myself look like Mia, and then did, and lived with Ethan for a little while, and then she got killed-ish at the beginning of Resident Evil 8, and Mia, come to find out, was also part of a thing. Yeah, she was part of some stupid fucking like, Mia is, she's dog shit. Mia's awful. Fuck Mia. Like, I can't stand her. Like, I know everybody was sitting there and said, oh my god, Mia's dead. No, you know what? I'm glad that fucking Chris Redfield just put two in her goddamn head while she was on the floor. Fuck Mia.
Welcome to the family, son.
Ethan is attacked and captured by Jack Baker, and then forced to join in with a vomit-inducing family dinner with his wife Marguerite, son Lucas, and an elderly woman.
Ethan totally deserved better. 100%.
It turns out this family has been infected by something called mold, some sort of parasitic fungal virus that has the added benefit of resilience, but the downside of making you a bit gross. After escaping and managing to kill hideous forms of Jack and Marguerite, Ethan reunites with his wife and develops a serum to help shake off her apparent mold infection. After trying to flee on a boat, the vessel is capsized by a mysterious creature that turns out to be a girl named Evelyn, a bioweapon that Mia, who it turns out is a secret agent, was tasked with escorting. Turns out Evelyn was responsible for the Baker family's mind-altering infection, because she was desperate for her own family. You know, like all bioweapons are, classic stuff.
Listen, the girl just wants a family of her own.
Side note, you can also find a note from Alyssa Ashcroft in Resident Evil 7. Remember her from Resident Evil Outbreak? Turns out she's still a jobbing journo who's investigating the disappearances in Louisiana. After injecting Evelyn with a toxin, she reverts to her true form as the old woman at the Baker's disgusting dinner. Turns out that she's been rapidly aging. Evelyn mutates into a giant blob like all classic Resident Evil bosses, and after a final confrontation with Ethan, with a little help from a recently arrived military squad, she's finally destroyed.
Yep.
In a final twist, the leader of the military squad is revealed to be none other than a very different looking Chris Redfield, emerging from a helicopter that's branded Umbrella.
It is a very, very different looking Chris Redfield.
Resident Evil 7.
After Ethan escapes, Chris and his team pursue Lucas Baker, who it turns out was never actually under Evelyn's mind control due to a serum provided to him by a new shadowy organization called the Connections.
God damn it.
The Connections were behind Evelyn's creation, and they were using Lucas to gather more data on her. But he also planned to betray his masters anyway, you know, like every Resident Evil villain ever.
Lucas!
After finally working his way through a series of traps, Chris manages to kill a mutated Lucas and finally returns to base for an urgent call.
Game over.
Resident Evil.
Over 3 years later, Ethan and Mia's Eastern Europe
Yeah, part of the connections. I'm pretty sure you're right. Yeah.
Europe-based family bliss is violently interrupted by the Hound Wolf squad, led by returning and turtlenecked Chris Redfield, who now oddly looks like he did before Resident Evil 7 again. Weird. Chris and his goons shockingly and mercilessly gun down Mia and then kidnap Ethan and his child, Rosemary.
No!
What? Why?
Ethan wakes to find himself stuck in a rural village and runs into terrified villagers who've been cowering from a horde of marauding Lycans. Ethan, on a desperate quest to find his missing daughter Rose, works his way through the abandoned village and into a nearby castle inhabited by vampires, most notably an enormous goth mummy called Lady Dimitrescu.
Village is your fave to play. You know what? To be fair, I feel like mechanically 8 is by far the best. I definitely think mechanically 8 is by far the best to play. First person. I know they had the third person thing after the fact, but it's first person, right? Nothing feels really all that floaty. You can run around, you can do a lot of things. The combat is actually really, really good. And especially because you're getting the story through the perspective of Ethan. You're not getting it like wholesale. So for instance, what I mean by that is, if you look at, say, like the original Resident Evil, right? The original Resident Evil is supposed to be set up like Night of the Living Dead or Day of the Dead, somewhere along those lines, where the characters don't necessarily have to be in the room for the audience to witness what's going on, right? But in 7 and 8, they went for, we want the story to unfold, but we want it to unfold from the perspective of this one guy. And I think they really, really nailed it when it came to Resident Evil 8 in terms of what we find out, how we find it out, and so on. So the story unfolding is really, really well done. The mechanics of the gameplay are really, really well done. The only thing, and I've said this before, that I think would make more sense this is kind of like a fourth wall break. I am still of the opinion that the worst thing that they did in the entire game is make Lady D the first area. Also, the voice acting is really well done as well. Oh yes, no, you're absolutely right. It's very, very well done. But yeah, in my opinion, the worst thing they could have done is what they did, which was make Lady Dimitrescu's area the first area, because they spent a shit ton hyping the fuck out of her. And if you've already played the game, right, you already know. But generally speaking, within the first, say, 6 hours, Lady D is already dead. If you've already played it and you're going back to get everything that you missed, get all the little side stuff and do all the side quests and unlock the entire map, you can still literally kill Lady D in like under 3 hours. So they spent all this time and money and energy making all of these fucking trailers and everything like that for the ultimate Dommy Mommy who's dead in anywhere between 2 to 6 hours. And then nobody gives a fuck about the rest of the game. Why wouldn't you make it so that you reorder the bosses, right? Get the small ones out of the way first. You can do, say, Fish Guy first, right? You can go ahead and kill Fish Guy. The Fish Guy's fucking like his battle was actually kind of interesting, especially because of the water stuff. Makes sense. You can leave basically everything the way that it was, just change the order around. I think Doll Lady should be first. Really freak you out with the bait. Well, so here's the thing. This is my ideal. What you do is you start with Fish Guy. And you start with Fish Guy because Fish Guy, next to Lady D, Fish Guy is the one that is the most, in my opinion, graphically impressive. Because you have to worry about the water, and you have to look at the water and see where the ripples are, because that shows where he is. And it's actually a really, really interesting fight in terms of like running to different areas and running from him and trying to do the thing to open the dam and like all that shit. And then you have to like fight him on the ground, and he's blowing through houses and all this. Like, there's a lot going on graphically and physics-wise to make it really, really impressive. But overall, he's not all that important to the story itself, other than the fact that he was just kind of a throwaway and nobody really cared. Fair enough. Then what you do is you step into the horror aspect of it with Doll Lady. Because not only do you have Doll Lady, but you also have giant fuck-off zombie baby, which is insane. And easily the scariest part of the game, right? So what you're doing is you're giving the players a payoff for going through a graphically impressive, though slightly mediocre start with Fish Guy. You're giving them the payoff of going through like a true horror experience, and their minds are allowed to wander because they can't see much of anything. They're allowed to wander and make up what they're seeing or the rest of an area off of the little that they can see, so that everything is a little bit more grotesque and everything is a little bit more graphic when they go back and they remember it. And that makes it even more intimidating and more scary. So the payoff is here's your horror bit, right? Then what you do is you take, can't remember his name, but Werewolf Guy, right? You take Werewolf Guy and his whole section and make it the section immediately after Doll Lady and Creepy Baby. So you have Fish Guy, Doll Lady, and Creepy Baby, and then you have Werewolf Guy. Those three are the three that, out of the four, that supposedly, if I remember correctly, according to like everything that you find, in some way, shape, or form were considered a failure, to the point where they really weren't going to be used and they were just kind of there to, you know, keep the population at bay so that they could keep culling them, right? So there's your first three. So thematically, that makes sense. And now you also have higher difficulty because it's not just you versus Fish Guy. It's not just you versus Creepy Baby. It's not just you versus Doll Lady. There are definite enemies that are going on and that are happening, and you haven't seen those enemies in a minute because at the very, very beginning, you can leave the very beginning just the same, where Ethan wakes up and everybody's kind of hiding and going apeshit, and now all of a sudden you're being chased and attacked by werewolves. You haven't seen those werewolves in a minute, so you're wondering where the hell they are. So now you get a payoff from the very beginning of the game to the werewolf stuff. And then after you kill Werewolf Guy, now you get the ultimate payoff of Big Bad Dommy Mommy, Lady D. And you have to go through Lady D's place, and that's kind of what everybody's been cooming over anyway and waiting for. So it's like you're edging them on the entire time, and then finally you get to the good, you get to the good thing, but it's the anticipation the entire time, and you're just edging the entire audience on, and then finally the last section is Lady D's castle. You know what I mean? Like, that's cool. That's how I think it should have been.
Oh, be careful what you wish for, Ethan Winters.
Lady D, along with a group of oddities, belong to a worshipping cult for Mother Miranda, a godlike, mold-infected leader, who, in a quest to bring her daughter back to life, ended up becoming consumed by the infection and spreading it to her four...
It's not like the factory... Here's the thing. It's not that the factory was bad. It's the fact that they pushed so much with her being the big baddie. They didn't talk about what's his name. They didn't talk about Fish Guy. They didn't talk about Creepy Doll Lady. They didn't talk about Baby. They didn't talk about any of that. It was always Lady D, right? She was the one who was always front and center when it came to Resident Evil 8. So why is she the first one dead? You know what I mean? I didn't realize you had a vid at first and was like, whoa, Karen really changed. Yeah, we're watching this. This is the history of Resident Evil, because there's a 3-minute thing. I'll show it after this. But they yesterday just released a 3-minute short thing, live action short thing for Resident Evil Requiem.
Elevated lords and houses. In his journeys, Ethan discovers a crest for these four lords that looks eerily similar to Umbrella's logo. Hey, remember them? Ethan's journey to rescue Rose and take down Miranda's lords eventually leads him to Chris Redfield. Chris explains that the Mia he gunned down wasn't actually Mia at all, but rather a shape-shifting Mother Miranda, who considered Ethan and Mia's daughter Rose to be the Evelyn successor based on the fact that both her parents were infected by the mold.
She changed her appearance and pretended to be Mia. Seems she also survived being shot, so now I'm here to finish the job.
Rose was born with unique properties, and after Miranda finally confronted Ethan in her true form, she explained that the mold would help rebirth Rose as her daughter Eva. Miranda then, without hesitation, rips out Ethan's heart.
Miranda, you coward! Come out and face me!
Don't worry. Your death will come quick. You will join the Megamycetes records.
Chris and the Hound Wolf squad launch a full assault against Mother Miranda, battling through her waves of monsters and destroying a large mold barrier that's now protecting her. Once inside, Chris and the team discover a large mold root that's called the Megamycete. That turns out to be the source of the mold that's plagued the village, but also the Baker family in Resident Evil 7. Turns out, the Megamycete not only infects its victims, but it also absorbs their DNA and memories. Chris plants a detonation device, but before destroying the mold once and for all, decides to pass through Miranda's lab for one last lore dump. He discovers the entirety of Miranda's plan and her quest to find a suitable vessel for her daughter Ava's consciousness to be reborn into. Miranda was also responsible for the creation of Evelyn, working with the connections. Later in the lab, Chris discovers the biggest shock of all, when it's revealed that Oswald E. Spencer, founder of Umbrella, was actually a student of Miranda and began work on the progenitor virus based on her teachings. To honor this, the Umbrella logo took inspiration from Miranda's Four Lords symbol that Ethan discovered earlier. Not only was Miranda responsible for everything in Resident Evil 7 and Village, but she was also the inspiration that started it all. After Chris finally works his way through the exposition hallway, he discovers the true and very much alive Mia, who reveals that Ethan also isn't quite dead yet. It's revealed that Miranda didn't kill Ethan, Jack Baker did, way back in the start of Resident Evil 7. Ethan was infected by mold, which had been keeping him moving this entire time, and explained how a man could regularly reattach body parts with just a bit of healing juice.
Yep.
Despite this, Ethan is falling apart, but can muster enough for one last stand with Mother Miranda, whereupon defeating the big bad once and for all.
I do like that Mia looked like a lady with a kid in Village, if that makes sense. Yeah, no, it does. It absolutely does.
He manages to pass his daughter to Chris and take ownership of a detonation device that would destroy the village, the mold, and himself once and for all.
Right.
Ethan triggers the explosion as Chris, Mia, and Rose escape. In 2037, a now much older Rose is learning about her abilities, one of which is the power to connect with a surviving piece of the mold root recovered from the incident 16 years prior. After jacking in, Rose enters a new realm, full of the memories from the victims the Megamycete had consumed. Rose then takes a jaunt through a version of the village, guided by a spirit called Michael, who ends up being Ethan's remaining consciousness. She's also taunted by the trapped consciousness of Mother Miranda, who is desperate to escape the realm. With the help of Ethan and her newfound abilities, Rose manages to defeat Mother Miranda and share one last moment with her father before she returns to the real world.
I love you, Rose.
I love you too, Dad.
In the aftermath, Rose visits Ethan's grave while shadowed by a mysterious agent who calls her Evelyn. And after threatening him, Rose reveals that she has abilities that even Chris doesn't know about.
Oh, it's just a joke, Rose.
I can show you things even Chris doesn't know I can do.
We have a clear shot.
Stand down.
And that's it, the entire plot of Resident Evil that matters before you dive into Resident Evil Requiem. Yes, we skipped over some bits here or there, but there's a lot to cover in the wacky world of Resident Evil. Now, excuse me while I set my base to self-destruct and vow to get my revenge. And if you like that video, why not check out our final hands-on preview of Resident Evil Requiem?
No, I'm not checking out the final hands-on preview. That would be stupid. But here is the Resident Evil Requiem live action that they did. This is only 3.5 minutes, and then after that, we're getting into Karen.
It wasn't always like this. I used to think we were lucky. I thought we had it all. A simple house, good life, Sunday mornings, dance-offs, afternoons at the park, story time.
Just one more, Mama.
It was our perfect little world. Then it started. First the sirens, then the emergency broadcasts.
Due to the citywide outbreak, you were advised to take shelter at the Raccoon City Police Station. Food and medical supplies will be provided to everyone in need.
Then the screams. God, the screams. And then silence. And I learned something I never wanted to know. How fast everything you love can go away. We ran. We fought. We hid. And still, they came. I told myself we would make it. We just needed more time. You always think that you have more time. Until you don't. If anyone finds this, Tell them I tried. Tell them I was still me. Right up until the end.
That's the last of them. Facility secured.
Copy that. Raccoon City is ours.
Not bad. Not bad, if I'm being honest. Not bad at all. Ouch, hit us in the feels. Well, so there's a couple of things that I actually really, really like about this, and I said it right at the very, very beginning, right? So one thing that I really, really like about this in particular is that they show us a glimpse of what it was like live action in a movie that doesn't suck. What Raccoon City was like during the fall. And then after that, they fast forward. It's been some period of time. Presumably we're in the 2030s now. Or somewhere close to it. We're not entirely sure as of yet when we're supposed to be when it comes to the timeline, but either way, either modern day or like very, just right after modern day. And the mother is still mourning her daughter. But what I like about it is that it's showing that that's her identity. And that's something that we're going to be seeing a lot of when it comes to Resident Evil Requiem, like we saw in the trailers and the showcase, right? So you have the guy who's flipping burgers, but he's a zombie and he just says order up. You have the guy who's like just constantly pressing the elevator call buttons, and that's really all he does, because either he's some rich dickhead who was way too drunk at a party when everything kind of went to shit, or he's maybe a bellhop or something along those lines, but that was their identity. That's who they were when they turned. So that's kind of cool. The other thing that's really cool that I really like is the fact that we also get to see that the city at some point was taken back. So with her death, they literally just said, that's it, that's the last one, the city is ours. I'm assuming that's probably the military, although I can't say for certain, but I'm assuming that that's probably the military taking back the city, which means that one of two things. Either A, they think the city is completely sterilized from the zombie outbreak, or B, that it was, and now something new has happened there. You know what I mean? So there's some cool little clues. There's some really cool little clues that we get from all of this, which I think is really, really important. And again, we'll find out more. We'll find out on the 27th, right? This is a day one for me. So yeah, there's some cool things going on here. I really, really like it. Just the thought of years of zombie more. Well, I attributed this to Alan Wake, right? The scariest thing about the Alan Wake series to me was that you had the people who were taken, right? The taken themselves were normal people, but it was always the last thing that was on their mind or the last thing that they were doing which dictated what they would say. And that was really creepy to me. So, for instance, they were in control of their bodies, but their mind was kind of stuck in a loop. So you have the dude at the construction site who's literally just kicking the shit out of you, right? But he's also telling you the importance about wearing a hard hat. I don't know why that's so creepy. I think it's a combination of you're not in control of your body and your mind can't do anything about it, specifically because your mind is just stuck in this endless loop that you can't get out of. So even if subconsciously you're screaming, it doesn't matter because literally anything and everything about you, with the exception of the superficial stuff, like the physical stuff and your consciousness that interacts with people on a daily basis, that's all being controlled by something that is otherworldly at best, right? That to me was always creepy, and that's kind of what this new virus feels like. So yeah, that to me is interesting. That's a really, really interesting one. So yeah, we got a couple of things from this. So yeah, I thought this was good. I thought this was really well done. But finally, it is time. It's time for Cairn. Let's do it. And hopefully, I can figure shit out. That would be really fucking nice. I have an idea, but I don't know how well it's going to work. But I do have an idea. Okay, so we're here, right? So here's what we do. We go up here, grab this. Yes. Okay, now.
Not working.
Fuck. Okay. I'm gonna go up this way. Or not. But that's what I want to do. I want to go up to the right this time. Okay, we drank that. That's fine. Focus and temp. That's good. Yep. Okay. Okay, we're good there. Okay. Good. I think I want to go up there. I think that's... Oh, glad I grabbed on. Okay, now let me take a look. Where are we at? We need to get through this. I think this should be doable. This should be doable. So I go up and to the left from where I am. And then I end up back at Clitoris Rock. The only way to describe it. And then I go up and to the right, maybe? Yeah, I think I maybe go up and to the right. That might be the best way to do it. Okay, good. Now, here, before anything goes shitty, off belay. Good. Now, do temperature again. Because that'll keep temp up. But I have to make it up in 2 minutes. That's kind of a tall ask. I can also do burst. And this will give me grit. So it locks everything, it looks like. But I kind of feel like that's a waste if I do it all right now. Because I can keep my temp where it's at for 2 minutes. I can use the burst, but then if I can make it up there fast enough, I can belay again and then use the coffee that'll give me grit and lock everything for 3 minutes. I think that might be the best way to do it. So let's just get to getting. Nope, she didn't like that one. Okay.
Almost.
Okay, good. We're at Clitoris Rock. Now... gonna go up this way. Grab on there. Good.
Whoosh.
Okay, I think we're okay. Good. Grab up there. Yes. Now, let's get you up here. Oh. Get you up here. Good. Okay. So now what I think oh shit. Now what I think the best thing to do, because I'm through that patch, is follow the patch up the left side. And then I'm literally, like, right underneath where I kept fucking up. You see what I mean? That might be the best way to do it. So apparently, at least how it looks like I was just, like, ultra hard moding it the entire time. Which is doable, but really sucks. Viewers of this channel can also watch, and it's burnt peanut? Really? Was it really burnt peanut? Holy shit. Why, is it because I literally called it clitoris rock? What the fuck?
Here we go again.
Okay. Oops, no, off belay. Good. Here. And then... No, got it. There we go. Good. Really? Burnt peanut? It's actually kind of funny. You call one thing clitoris rock, and then everybody's like, oh, burnt peanut. I just think it's funny and stupid. How and why? What are you... Oh. We just did that area, you idiot.
Great.
Is it great? Is it really great? Because obviously it wasn't last time. Wasn't all that great for you last time, was it, Ava? No. No, it wasn't. Why? No one knows. Okay. Good. No. Wrong button. Just put your fucking fucking foot down, lady. The GTA isn't getting delayed again, so now we'll have to see if Squadron releases this year too. In all honesty, I really think they're going to shoot themselves in the foot if they do. Like, don't get me wrong, it's a niche game, and I'm sure, like, there's going to be a lot of people playing it, myself included. But here's my thing. The way that it used to work in Hollywood, right, is if you had a $25 million movie, you had to clear $100 million in order for it to be deemed a success. That's, like, I'm not even kidding. That's how it used to work, right? The video game industry is very, very, very similar to how the movie industry used to work. By that math, if they've spent $1 billion, doesn't matter whether it's GTA 6 or Star Citizen / Squadron 42, if they are using even somewhat remotely close to that math, let's say they're not even using the times 4 rule. Let's say they're using the times 2 rule. That means that each game is going to have to clear $2 billion in order to be considered a success. That's a lot of fucking money. So when you hear this shit about the guy going from fucking High Guard, oh, we don't care if we don't make a lot of money and there aren't a lot of people playing it. Bullshit, dude. Fucking bullshit. I'm sorry, but that is just factually awful and wrong. And you're doing nothing but deluding yourself by saying that. GTA would have to flop insanely hard to not make it all back, especially once online drops and they put shark cards up for sale. Well, that's the thing. It's not that GTA 6 is going to fail, but GTA 6, because it's such a massive, massive, massive number. Like, again, $1 billion. $1 billion $1 billion is a number so big that the human brain cannot comprehend how big that number is. We cannot conceptualize how big that number is. Right? You could take a stack of $25,000 and put it in front of you and go, okay, now try to imagine $1 billion looking like this, and you cannot do it. Right? So what they have to do is they have to have small projections in the interim. They have to. That's what they have to do. They have to have small projections in the interim in order to make sure that they're still making money the way that they need to, with the ultimate goal being anywhere between 2 to 4 times what they put into it. That's what they have to do. Because if they don't, and they just go, oh yeah, no, we're just going to fucking launch it and everything's going to be fine, and then 6 months down the road or however long it takes to get online unfucked and up and running in the way that it should be, and shark cards rolling out, they have no idea where they are. That's the only way that it would really work for them. Now, when it comes to the reason why I'm harping on this as much as I am is because when it comes to Squadron 42 and Star Citizen specifically, there's a massive difference because Chris Roberts has been doing nothing but taking money from people for the better part of 13 years. Right? That's just how it is. He's been taking money from people for 13 years. In upwards of $1 billion. How is he going to do it in order to make sure that not only does he keep the money that he's made off of other people, but then go, now you owe me more money. That's a really, really, really tough ask. I don't know of any marketing strategy that would even come close to what they would need to do to ensure that Squadron 42 and Star Citizen are profitable beyond what they're currently doing. Because, and by beyond, I mean like when Squadron 42 releases. That's a tough one. Like, that's a really, really, really tough one. Okay. We're good there. Maybe I should have gone... No, because there's no good place to hold on. Which is what kind of sucks. Yeah, I think this is still the best way to go. Okay. Ooh, no. Or, sure, fuck yourself even more. Why not? Yeah, but he also got so much money, I don't understand. Well, okay, so what it is the way that it works with Star Citizen and Squadron 42 is he sold people on a dream. Right? Boozy hot chocolate? Sure, go for it. He sold people on a dream. He sold people on the dream that they were going to have an experience that is in... Think of it as the original Wing Commander, the way you would imagine it nowadays. But instead of having to load everything all the time, like going from planet to planet or warping from one system to another, it was all seamless. That's the dream that he sold everybody on, both for the single-player game, Squadron 42, as well as the multiplayer version or multiplayer aspect of it, which is Star Citizen, which allows you to do more of like the privateer version of the Wing Commander universe, where you're not necessarily part of the military, but you can be if you want to, or you could be a criminal, or you could be a smuggler, or you could be like insert thing here, right? That was the dream he sold people on. The way that he did it was going, we're going to release Star Citizen for free. But if you want a ship to start off with to call your own, you have to spend X amount of money, right? So technically Star Citizen is free. So long as you can grab the launcher, you can literally, and you have an account on the website, as long as you can grab the launcher and download it and then install it, you just log in with your credentials from the account online and then you're golden. You're in Star Citizen. You can play it for free. What costs money is buying the ships. So now he needs some sort of incentive to sit there and go, okay, well, why would we get people to buy ships if they can just raise the money themselves doing whatever, on the station or planet, wherever the hell they happen to, spawn in? So what he told people was, if you spend in upwards of a certain threshold, you are guaranteed a copy of Squadron 42 when it comes out. So then people went, oh shit, and started buying all these ships. There were also a lot of high rollers and stuff like that, whom, and I'm gonna be honest, I'm assuming it was for more gray area reasons and so on, that were spending in upwards of $25,000 for ships that as of yet still are not in Star Citizen, but it's possibly due to tax avoidance, not tax evasion, tax avoidance. There is a difference. It is a loophole. But I'm thinking they were doing that for tax avoidance and investment stuff. But either way, that's how Chris Roberts has been making his money for the last 13 years, is selling people on these dreams, guaranteeing that they get certain things if they spend over enough money, and then constantly coming out with new ships, right? That may replace some of the old ones that people have, or they may be better versions of what people already have, or they may be entirely new ships that people can buy on top of what they already have. So he's constantly making money, and every, say, like 3-4 months, they'll come out with a new update that erases everything because it's still in alpha. So the entire community of Star Citizen is aware that right now they can basically go and do whatever the fuck they want, but in 3 to 4 months it's not going to matter because everything resets anyway. The only thing that benefits them during this reset is the experience that they already have under their belt. So when the time comes and Star Citizen actually does fully release, and it's out of alpha, and it's out of beta, and it's not an early access anymore, and it's like a full-fledged release, you're going to have people who are already at the top of the food chain because they've been doing it for years. And it goes back to the multi, like the MMO thing that we watched last night with selling people on the dream. And that's how he's been making money for 13 years. The problem is, okay, now what? The game is released. If by marketing strategies you have to make even at least double, we're not even going to say quadruple. Let's say you have to make double for it to be considered a success because you need the money back, plus you need more money, right? You're a business. You're in the business of making money. I don't know of any marketing strategy or any sort of financial strategy for the type of business that he is currently running that would make any sense to make that sort of money back. And I think that's where I'm kind of like, ooh, that's not good. Okay, so I'm here now. And the good news is that took a fraction of the time, which is awesome. Now I gotta make it straight up. That's gonna be the bitch. But, more good news, if I can at least make it straight up a little bit onto that white rock, I think I can belay again. Okay, let's leave you here. I'm going to put you right there. Good. Yeah. Good. Okay. So... Fantastic. Nice. That's awesome.
A little break.
Yes, so if I off belay now... It still won't let me collect the chalk, which is very sad. God damn it. That gives me a burst. Okay. Good. I need water. Nice. Good. Sure. It'll give me a little bit more food. Fuck it. Why not? I've got grit now, which is amazing. Okay.
More wind.
Yep, was waiting on that one. And it's raining. Grip. That's why I did that, which was such a good fucking idea. Okay. Whoo. Right. Now, wrong button. Not exactly where I wanted it, but sure. Good. How much further do I have to go? I'm literally, like, right under this shit. There's no fucking way they expect me to do this whole thing, right? Because that's just pure fucking insanity.
Right on.
Means I'd have to make it over there, but then there's nothing there to reach. Oh. Brace. Good. Good. You're fine. You're not fine. God damn it.
Come on, Ava, get with it.
Actually, wait a second. I don't understand why I can't fucking... It just says busy. How and why? Spectre, what's going on, buddy?
No, not now!
Just fucking put me where I was, you idiot. Okay, good. 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 That'll have to do for the time being anyway. Good. Good. Small ledge here. Good. Just finished Fallout Season 2. It left me with more questions than answers. Interesting. I haven't seen the very last bit of Season 2 yet, so... But other than that, I'm doing okay. It was a day. I guess that's the best way to put it. It's not like it was a bad day, it was just a day.
Strapping down.
Okay. I hit the wrong button. Good. Yes, I want this hand. No. Sure. Okay, wait a minute. Wait. You're fine here. You're fine. Okay. All right. Just shh. Fuck. Lady. Tomorrow we'll know what's up with the countdown in the Fallout website. Yeah, that's true. Better than yesterday, that automatically makes it a win. Okay, fair enough. Gina coming in with a raid. How you doing, Gina?
What the fuck are you doing here?
How are the things? There's that. No. Okay, good.
I feel a gust coming.
There we go. Sweet Jesus. Okay. Now this is where things might get shitty, because the wind. Okay.
Let's do this.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm freezing up.
She's freezing up. It's true. Okay, now this leg here.
Good.
Okay. That's fine. Good. Okay. Could be better. Was stuck on the same boss the whole stream. I know the feeling. You know, it's it's really funny. It sounds like you're ready for Dark Souls and or Elden Ring. I mean, come on, you know what? Like, you were stuck on the same boss and everything. Like, I get it, and it sucks. But hey, if you can do that, I mean, what's 446 deaths to the last boss in Elden Ring? You know what I mean? Not that I was counting or had a death counter or anything and was below 250 before I, you know, went and tried to fight the last boss or anything. I totally didn't do that. Why is her hand sliding? What the fuck? She was fine. It's got to be because she's freezing up. That's the only thing I can think of. Think you're at about 50 tries? That'll happen. Yeah, I think it's because she's freezing up. I think that's what's going on. Yep, she's freezing up. Fuck. Okay. Yeah, once she freezes up, that's kind of it. So I got to get up this face as quick as possible. That's what I have to do. Because if I don't, I'm just fucked. Just fucking stand, you idiot. There we go. Holy shit, lady. Okay. Here. Good.
Great.
See, I can't do games like that. I would rage quit. I mean, that's totally fair. The one thing that I learned when it came to Dark Souls, when it comes to Bloodborne, even Sekiro, Elden Ring, Armored Core, and so on, but specifically the FromSoft games that I think I like more so than I do with the Souls-like games, is that you see a lot of shit. Like, for instance, I'll use I don't know. There doesn't really matter which game I use as an example, but so long as it's a Souls-like, it's not an actual Soulsborne game, right? Most Souls-like games don't get the point. And the point, mechanically, is that there is a specific set of ways. Hang on. There's a specific set of ways that you can beat the boss. You're not... It sounds weird, but you're not being punished for not knowing. You're being punished for trying to go through it in a way that they haven't thought of. But what they're trying to do is they're actually trying to reward you for doing it the way that it's supposed to be done, or one of the multiple ways that it can be done, right? So, for instance, if you go up against Promised Consort Radahn at the end of Shadow of the Erd Tree, 400 deaths, 446 deaths is a lot, right? But at the same time, it's still doable. And you notice this because little by little, you get further along, right? Whether it's you notice a half frame in which you can do a thing or prepare for a thing or whatever, you get what I'm saying, right? There is progression towards that ultimate goal, which is beating the boss. When it comes to most Souls-likes, though, they don't get that. And instead, it's just, we're going to make this fucking thing as hard as possible, and we're going to make you feel really, really bad and just constantly kick the shit out of you. And then when you actually do it right, you're just rewarded with another boss rush. That's it. And so far, and I haven't played Liza P, so I don't know. Well, I played the demo for Liza P, but I don't know how the actual game is. I've heard Liza P is really, really good. But that's kind of the problem with a lot of Souls-likes just in general, is that they would rather just sit there and punish you for the sake of punishing you than actually being more so like a Soulsborne game, which is, yes, there are instances in which you're going to fail, and chances are there's going to be quite a few of them, but at the same time, they're trying to reward you for learning how to do a thing, instead of just constantly throwing yourself at a thing over and over and over and over and over again. You learn. So by the time you do actually beat the boss, you're damn near perfect at everything. You might fuck up a little bit here and there, but you know the motions. You know what needs to be done. Right? And a lot of people don't seem to get that. A lot of people don't seem to get that. Which is really dumb. Sadly, this is the first boss, only day 2 in the game. I mean, that's fair. And that's not fun. The fuck did I just do? Oh, I dumped it in here. Oh, okay. I was like, excuse me? I just don't have the mental ability to do that with Souls-like games. I have enough. Well, again, that's what I'm saying, though, right? It's not Most Souls-like games don't do that. Soulsborne games do that, but like 99% of Souls-like games don't do it that way, right? So not having the mental capacity to sit there and figure out a lot of the Soulsborne stuff, I completely get. But I can tell you that if you are planning on picking up a game and it's a Souls-like game, guess what? Your chances are you're going to have it about 1,000,000 times worse than you ever would have if you just picked up Dark Souls. No bullshit. Because most Souls-like games completely miss the fucking point.
Yes.
Okay, there's Clitoris Rock. The famous Clitoris Rock.
Right on.
There we go. Good. Oh. Fuck. Okay. This is where shit gets fucky. Really fucky. Shit. Okay. Nope. Nope. Sure. Fuck it. Reach. You're fine. See? You're fine. Stop it. Been running Dune on my laptop as possible. Well, that's good. That's definitely a good thing. You... Yes. Now... Okay, you're already maxed. Which blows. Here. Okay, that's a weird way of doing it, but sure. If it works, who cares? Okay, now. Good. Get your hand in there. Foot up. Nice. What is wrong with you? Just chill out. Okay. No. Put that one down. Leg. Here. No. You fucking idiot. Okay. Bring up. Really? Okay, just climb. Just go. Yes. Yes. Sure. Over here. Good. Yes. Good. Sure, fuck it, why not? Be an idiot. Who cares? Good. 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 Get your footing. Get your grips. Nice. Get that shit in there. Shut up. Come on, hurry up, stupid. Wake up. Good. Good. No, put your hand there, stupid. Just then fucking... I don't care. Just put your foot there.
Oh, come on!
There are times where I really wish I could just cut this fucking rope. There really are times where I wish I could just cut this fucking rope. So if I had to listen to her scream, I can just listen to her scream for a while all the way fucking down. Instead of complaining about literally everything. You're a fucking rock climber. You do this for a living. You've been doing it for decades. Stop being a bitch. What are you doing?
This is so freaking annoying.
Yeah, it is. So stop fucking up, idiot. Think you move past needing a family therapist? What's annoying about this game is quite literally you get into a pattern and you know what's going to happen, and then all of a sudden, for no reason, things don't work the way that they have been for the last 15 fucking minutes. You put your foot down, you know how long, generally speaking, that you have to move it, so you plan accordingly. And you also know that there is a certain amount of time that you can, or times that you can do that, because eventually she's going to get winded. So when you start seeing the signs, okay, you slow up a little bit. Fair enough. That way she can catch her breath, she can do whatever she wants, do whatever she needs to recover. Okay, great. But then it doesn't fucking happen. That's annoying. Because here you are, and you're doing something that you've done 30 times before, and it's worked every single time, and now all of a sudden you're falling 200 feet. For what? That's the bitch. And it's not like, oh, well, hey, a piece of rock moved. No. Nothing moved. Nothing happened. Nothing changed. Nothing. This is the same kind of thing that I just dealt with 20 minutes ago. And I did it flawlessly then. Same exact position. So why is it different now? What has changed? But they don't tell you. It just happens. And then you're just like, okay, well, guess I gotta sit here and piss away my time and do it all over again. But then she doesn't want to do it all over again because you're low on pitons, you don't have the resources to possibly do it again, so now it automatically goes into fucking Giga hard mode. It's like you fuck up once and now all of a sudden you might as well be trying to beat fucking Promise Consort Radahn as a level 1 in Elden Ring. And for what? I've done that how many fucking times, and all of a sudden now she's just being a complete idiot? You see what I mean? How does that make sense, even in the slightest? It doesn't. That's the issue that I'm running into with this game. No, there is no lack of oxygen mechanic. There's zero lack of oxygen mechanic. Not to mention, that'd just be like, that'd be really, really, really piss poor storytelling if all of a sudden now they decided out of fucking nowhere, here is somebody who's been a professional rock climber and famous rock climber for decades, and they're going to climb a mountain and conveniently fucking forgot 90% of the way up the motherfucker, you need oxygen. How stupid would that be? How absolutely fucking stupid would that be? That wouldn't be a cool feature. That'd just be absolutely stupid. And it wouldn't make any sense. I can understand it at the beginning if they're like, okay, listen, you know, she has to, you know, she needs to make sure she's got her oxygen equipment and she needs to do all this stuff. Okay, fair enough. They haven't said a fucking thing the entire game. Less she has to have it, and more the higher up it can do something. Fair enough. But if they don't explain it at the beginning and they don't give you anything, and then they only introduce it this late in the game, that would be really stupid. Because think about it, right? That would be like, if you equivocate it to IRL, that would be like going rock climbing and spending years learning how to rock climb, and then spending even more time how to be somebody who can rock climb without all the safety gear, and then you go free climbing with somebody and you get to a certain altitude and they pull out an oxygen mask and go, man, this was really, really good. I'm glad I brought this. And nobody has told you in the 10 plus years it has taken to get you to that point that oxygen is a good idea. You see what I mean? Like, it's just, that would be really stupid. I don't know why anybody would do that in a game. That... Oh. Like, I would be royally pissed off if they decided, oh no, this is how we're gonna do it. Like, I'm sorry, what? Did I seem to miss something? Here, let's try this. We're going with the grit. Going with that. Okay. We're good there. What is this? Garlic. Thistle. No. Burst. More focus. I'm just gonna try fucking everything at this point. I don't care. Because, like, it already seems to not matter, which is the worst part. No, there you go, you fucking idiot. And I still don't understand why I can't collect chalk. That, to me, is insane.
Oh, no, no, no! Ah!
Yeah, that's great. Just fucking go. The fact that she keeps... She keeps moving the wrong fucking limb every time. Just plant your fucking foot and go, stupid. Jesus Christ. It's like she gets to a certain point and then her brain just takes a shit. Why would you do that? Put your hand on the fucking... there. Jesus Christ. Why? Why is this hand doing that? Why would this hand do that? You see what I mean? Why would it not be this hand? That's the annoying part. Again, why would it be this hand? Get your other fucking foot up. You're not gonna be able to do a goddamn thing if you got your limbs, like, halfway across the fucking universe. Like, holy shit. No. Move your hand, stupid. You need to switch over to half sword and beat some. No, it's not even that. It's literally that it just doesn't make any fucking sense. You get to a certain point, and all of a sudden, everything that you've done up to this point doesn't mean shit anymore. And that's what's really fucking annoying, because you've been sitting here and you've been teaching yourself and learning how to navigate and how to climb and what works and what doesn't, and then everything goes out the fucking window. So now, instead of the system being intuitive, you're fighting the system. Like what Crit said the other day, right? Crit brought up a great point. You're not supposed to pull yourself up a rock. You're supposed to push yourself up a rock with your, from your legs, right? Fantastic point. Absolutely fantastic point. You don't want to be sitting there if you weigh the better part of, 200 or 250, pounds, trying to hang onto a rock by your fucking fingertips and pulling yourself up. You're going to want to push yourself up with your hands being guides, and you're going to want to push yourself up by your legs. Fair enough. The game itself also helps teach you that if you're paying attention, right? Yes, there are some instances where you do have to kind of pull yourself up a little bit, but compared to all the times you're pushing yourself up, those are far and few between. The system even recognizes this as the best practice, which is great. But then for whatever reason, it just turns into, yeah, no, the system's just going to completely fight you for no reason. So it's like you get used to the system being there, and then all of a sudden it's like, well, why am I moving my left hand? My left hand is the one thing that is keeping me anchored. But now, because she's already shaking because you're in a shitty area, like, it's like, well, now you're fucked. It doesn't matter what the weight is, you know my point. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't care what the weight is. The point is that there is nobody in the world who's going to sit there. I don't care whether it's the strongest man in the world, strongest woman in the world, Iron Man, an Iron Woman. I don't care if it's a fucking decathlon athlete, somebody who has worked in the Olympics, somebody who does rock climbing for a living. You're not going to want to try and lift anywhere more than 50 pounds by your fingertips while you're scaling a straight ledge. You're going to want to push yourself with your feet. That's my point. See, look at it. Why? Why am I doing this? Why are my hands going up? One hand, fine, sure, but now you gotta push yourself up. So why did I have to fucking reset? If anything, it should be hand, foot, not hand, hand. No, it doesn't tell you how high up you are, not even remotely. All you know is that this is supposed to be like, when you get to the top, it's supposed to be something like 15 or 16,000 feet. That's all you know. Steam getting sued by the UK for something stupid like 900 million? No, I haven't seen that. What's that all about? Why is she... You see what I mean? Why is she fucking shaking? What has changed? And he's fucking busy. Like, bro, why? Keeps you really warm. Great way to recover without having to set up... Okay, but how? I still have not been able to use this fucking blanket, so I don't know where the hell that's coming from. That'll give me a burst. Because they allege Steam is a monopoly market for game launchers and can force pricing to benefit them, so they're suing them. Okay. We've been through this before with that. Is Steam a monopoly? Yes. But the reason why Steam is a monopoly is because everything else that competes with it is shit. It has nothing to do whatsoever with Steam being like Microsoft in the 1990s, where it's buying out literally everything so it can bury the technology and then years later use it themselves, but be the only one there to actually benefit from any of it. It has everything to do with the fact that Steam actually, like, I don't know, gives a shit about their customers, and nobody else does. Epic Launcher is dog shit. EA is dog shit. Ubisoft is dog shit. All of them, all the others suck. They just do. The only other one that's even remotely good is GOG. Because GOG is there for literally two things. One, making everything DRM free and compatible with new systems that's old. And two, selling it at a price that's fair for today's market. And that's literally it. So is Steam a monopoly? Yeah. Steam's a monopoly. But they're a monopoly because everybody else sucks dick. That's why. That's incredibly stupid that they're trying to sue them over that. That's incredibly stupid. That's gonna give me grit. For 5 minutes? Ooh. And that's going to give me a burst. No, you fucking idiot. Okay. No, keep your fucking hands there. Jesus Christ. There. Now you reach up and you put your foot here and you grab over here like a normal fucking human being. Holy shit. Something they fail to realize is that they're complaining about pricing, yet Steam gives devs full choice of said pricing. Yup. And they say, well, oh, devs don't feel like they have a choice really because of the monopoly that Steam has. They absolutely have a choice. They 100% have a choice. Not to mention, there was an article that came out, I want to say it was today, that specifically stated that chances are if you're making a game and it's heavily based with and it's heavily made with AI, your best bet is to go over to Epic, because Epic has come out and said that they don't police the games that are on their platform, and it's up to the customers to decide what is good and what is bad. Meanwhile, Steam has already put into effect that if there is a game that is made heavily with AI, or even if there are elements of that game that are made with AI, that it has to be stated. Maybe Steam and GOG are the main ones because they're the best ones working. Yeah, I love they don't allow DLCs on their games gotten on other systems because none of the others do that. Yeah, it's stupid. It's so stupid. They need to get their heads out of their asses is what they need to do. Okay, why?
Never giving up.
Why did that happen? That didn't even make sense.
Great.
Yeah, it's so great, you can't do it. Why move your fucking foot, you... Holy shit. That Geeky Gadget article really breaks it down nicely. It's really fucking dumb, and if it goes through, there's actually a slight chance they can just ban Steam in the UK, but I doubt it'd go that far. No, it won't go that far. And the reason why it won't go that far in particular is because they'd be losing out on a lot of fucking money. They just would, and that would be really fucking stupid of them. That'd be really stupid. There. I know we're cross-legged, but I'd rather be cross-legged and her take her time. Fuck this. This is goddamn nuts. I'm really curious how it's going to end up if they fail to accomplish anything with this lawsuit. If they'll just bite the bullet and take the loss or go other measures against Steam. What other measures would there be? You see what I'm saying? Like, let me put it this way, right? Outside of trying to get banned, not much. Well, again, I'll put it this way. In the 1990s, and I know a lot of people don't remember this, but in the 1990s, Microsoft was literally taken to court. They were taken to court by the federal government because they were trying to become a monopoly, but they were doing so by purchasing other companies such as IBM, such as a lot of other companies and so on, to make sure that literally the only operating system that ever ended up on PCs was Windows. And they were taking technology that, say, IBM and others made once they purchased those companies and would bury the technology in their vaults specifically so that later on down the line, even though they knew they had an inferior product, they could use that technology and they could meld it into something that was theirs and then go a few years later, look at how well this works and look at how well we're doing. That's a monopoly. Right? That's a monopoly. And Microsoft has been walking a very fine line ever since when it comes to that shit. And the only thing, believe it or not, that has actually stopped Microsoft from Microsoft going to court again was the rise of the iMac and the iPhone. Those are the only two things that stopped it. Because then there were a greater influx of people who were buying Apple products over Microsoft, especially considering at the time Microsoft was dog shit and has been dog shit for a long time. And I know a lot of people have really, really good feelings and good memories about Windows XP. Well, I hate to say it, but every single new version of Windows, it doesn't matter what it is, people are always going to scoff at it. There were people who were still stuck on Windows 98 and ME, and they absolutely loved it. And then they had to switch to XP and were insanely pissed off. And hated everything about XP. And then when Windows 7 came out, everybody was insanely pissed off that they switched away from DOS. And then when Windows 8 came out, they were pissed that it wasn't Windows 7. And then when Windows 10 came out, they were pissed off that it wasn't Windows 8. And then when Windows 11 came out, people were pissed that it wasn't Windows. And it's like, people are just going to be inherently pissed off. And understandably to an extent, because Windows hasn't gotten much better over the years. I mean, when you have something like Steam that is owned by and ran with gamers in mind and not shares in corporations, and it's going to obviously take up 90% of a gamer market, just get fucking better and have the players in mind, not your fuck-ass shareholders and corporations. Okay, fair enough, but how are you supposed to do that in an industry that is dominated by quite literally shareholders and corporations? Remember, it's not just Epic that you have to worry about, right? It's not Epic that you have to worry about. Unreal has been a thing for a very, very long time. And that turned into its own, entity in the early 2000s. And has been one of, if not the biggest engines in the world for 26 years. Right? So, Unreal as a business has been that way for a very long time. Look at all the companies who came before EA in terms of being a massive player. Where are they now? Bought out by EA, most likely. Right? EA is a business, and they have been for a very long time. They're a massive juggernaut. Even though it's going under currently, Look at Ubisoft. Ubisoft has been around just as long. Maybe a little bit less, but just as long, generally speaking, as EA. They're a massive, massive multi-billion-dollar business. Right? Look at Blizzard. Blizzard was its own thing and then got bought by Activision and then got bought again by Microsoft. There's no way you can't tell me that, or there's no way you can tell me that Blizzard doesn't have a board of directors who then answer to their owners, Microsoft, who also have a board of directors. You know what I mean? Like, it's a multi-billion-dollar industry, most of which is run by boards of directors. Steam does have the advantage in starting very early, too, as a PC gaming market, on top of putting out some of the best shooters of all time years ahead of everyone else, and also the biggest competitive shooter of all time. Biggest competitive shooter of all time doesn't mean much, and neither does some of the best shooters of all time, because those aren't what are still making them money today. CSGO is not making them money. CSGO 2 is making them money. Right? That stuff has a shelf life. Same thing with Half-Life 2. Sure, every once in a while, people are going to buy it here and there because they want to, you know, maybe they're younger and they never experienced Half-Life 2 and yada, yada, yada. Right? Fair enough. And like you're saying, maybe that's what got people to buy, or maybe that's what got people to download Steam. But what keeps people downloading Steam isn't the fact that they can get a 20-year-old game. It's the fact that it has everything. That's what's doing it. Sure, maybe 20 years ago, absolutely, but the foundation has changed. The foundation has definitely changed. Because at first you had Counter-Strike, and then you had CS 1.6, and then you had CSGO. Those keep changing. Now you have CSGO 2, right? That stuff keeps changing. It's the in-between times that are most important. So yes, is there a great market or like gateway into it? Absolutely. But that's not what keeps people coming back. What keeps people coming back is the fact that they have their entire library of stuff at their fingertips, plus all the new stuff that they could possibly want at their fingertips in one spot. Instead of, oh, look, I have Star Wars Empire at War, I have Deus Ex Invisible War, I have Star Wars Battlefront 2, I have Command and Conquer 3, I have Command and Conquer Generals, I've got StarCraft plus Brood War, I've got all these other things, and all of them require CDs, and they're all taking up space on my computer desk, and I don't have enough room for a shelf. That's what makes Steam awesome. On top of that, Steam has just become the go-to PC game launcher, I'd say, thanks to a pretty big part of that. No one's denying that. No one's denying that in the slightest. The problem isn't, well, they're doing everything insidiously. And this is what the UK government doesn't understand. They're not doing things insidiously. The intent is to stay a certain way so that ease of access, whether it be to downloading and installing an older game, and or downloading and installing the latest and greatest games, while allowing the developers themselves to sit there and name their price and put out what they want to put out when they want to put out their product, but also have a certain standard by which all the different games are presented in terms of the information that the consumer is given. That's what Epic doesn't have that. Epic doesn't have that at all. Neither does EA for that matter. Right? They don't have that shit. I guarantee, because I did this about a year ago on my old PC. So maybe a little over a year ago. And this was really, really, really stupid. The EA store, right? Which, if I remember correctly, is the thing that replaced EA Play or whatever the fuck they were calling it for a while. You could, I'm not even kidding, you could go and buy Battlefield Bad Company 2 for PC with no restrictions. But there aren't any servers for Bad Company 2. So they'll take your fucking money. But they neglect to tell you that there's nothing to actually play the game with. Steam at least has standards. The only thing Epic has is Unreal Engine and Fortnite, which are two pretty massive things, but it's still nothing compared to Steam. No, it's not anything compared to Steam. Unreal Engine is huge, don't get me wrong, but again, that's only going to go so far. Fortnite, is it huge? Sure, but it's huge to only a select group of people. That's it. No one else could be bothered to give a fuck. Okay, we're good there. I'm off to bed night all bleached. Have a great night. Always appreciate you being here. Hopefully work goes well for you tomorrow. The lawsuit is just stupid. I'm surprised you haven't gotten into it already. It was announced last week and was just ridiculous. I remember, I believe it was Charlie who kind of went through a couple of things. And I think that's probably why I didn't do much with it, like at all. Because it doesn't make any sense to. Charlie's already got the pulse of the thing, right? And I'm not saying, oh, well, Charlie beat me to it or anything like that. I don't think that's the case whatsoever. It's more of the fact that, like, Charlie's already done the research and he's already talked about how Steam is getting, like, unnecessarily thrown under the coal or, thrown under the bus because the UK government is too stupid to understand what's going on.
Wind.
And of course it's raining. Motherfucker. I don't understand why she just did that. She was fine. She was perfectly fine. You see what I mean? I was literally just standing there. She was in a position that was perfectly fine, and then all of a sudden she just decides. Great, now I'm not going to be able to do it again. It's like you're just fighting the system, and for what? Why do I have to fight the system? There's no reason for me to do so. It doesn't make any sense. That's the crap that pisses me off. It's like, but why? Why would we do this? Look at this. She's fine. Why? I did that exact move 10 minutes ago.
Seriously?
It's like, I don't know, maybe if he stopped being a piece of shit and actually, like, worked. It's like, what in the fuck?
Oh, yeah.
What do you mean, oh yeah? You can't fucking oh yeah anything. You haven't been able to say oh yeah for the last, like, 15 fucking minutes, because you've just been worthless. Stop moving that oh my god. Why am I fighting that Why am I fighting a system that was working perfectly fine? Why? Why did the system all of a sudden that, oh yeah, characters gotta, like, absolutely have a complete brain fart right fucking now for no reason? Zero reason. Everything is above board. I'm not red on anything. I'm not freezing up. I have more than enough stamina. My water is perfectly fine. There's the rocks aren't wet. I'm not being blown away from the rock whatsoever. So why all of a sudden is it that the character just decides, oh, my brain is gonna stop fucking working? You know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. It's like, it was fine literally 2 fucking minutes ago, so what's the problem now? I'll stand here, okay? Now let me see if I can get a better... Oh no. Move a hand.
Strapping down.
Strapping down for what? You're just fucking hanging, idiot. Now, for whatever reason, and this doesn't make sense, if you decide to become a tripod, you're fine. But the moment you put a 4th foot down, or you put a 4th limb down, you run the risk of everything going to absolute dog shit. Why? How in the fuck does that even remotely make sense? Or you could just stop being a shaky piece of shit. How about that? Like, Jesus Christ. I understand that rock climbing isn't easy, and it's very, 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 like, physically taxing. I totally get that. But I've literally done this spot like 8 fucking times, and now I'm running out of resources to keep going because, for whatever reason, the character decided, oh, I'm just gonna let my brain take a shit now. And what's really, really, really annoying about that? See that gauge? That gauge goes down and I start to glow red, I'm fucked. You know what I mean by that? That means I'm gonna have to do this and go all the way back down there because I can't save.
I feel a gust coming.
Yeah, well, maybe the gust will do us a fucking favor. Now she's shaking. What's changed? Tell me, what's changed?
I need to warm up.
What has changed? What? And now it doesn't matter what I do because everything that I use to get up here is gone. I don't have it. I can't take this powdered milk and put it into something. If I eat it, I'm just going to eat it, and that's all that's going to happen. I don't have anything that's going to give me, like, any sort of protection when it comes to the cold anymore because I used it all because I've been fighting the fucking system the entire time. I can increase my health. Yay! That just means I'll die slower. I can't use the fucking coffee. I can't call Climbot over here because he's just perpetually stuck in a state of busy. So I don't have any fucking more chalk. So now what? I gotta start over. You see how annoying that is? Look at this. He's got a piton. Apparently I can make a piton. That's fantastic. Where the fuck is he? Don't know. We just know he's busy. I have a blanket. Can't use it. Can't do anything with the blanket. Why? Don't know. Haven't been able to use the fucking thing since I got it. So now, I raced all the way up here. I used all of my resources to get up here. And I can't do shit with anything now because For whatever reason, the system decided it needed to fight me, and it won, which now means that everything is on Giga fucking hard mode. Because I'm freezing up. Why is she putting her foot there? Oh yeah, because she's stupid. But apparently tripod mode is fine. And it's like, what? And I'm screwed now because that red bar, as soon as it hits 0, I pass out. Yeah, that blurriness, that's her, like, trying to stay awake right now. But she can't, because she's fucking hypothermic. She's about to just eat it. So now what do I do? Don't know why all of a sudden she's jumping around like Richard fucking Simmons, but now I have to reload because I don't have any of the resources that are needed. And now I'm back down here. Fantastic. That'll give me a burst. Fine. That'll bring it to 4 minutes. Fine. That'll give me focus for 2 more minutes. Fine. That'll give me grit for 3 minutes. Great. But I have to make sure everything else is locked in before I do that. Because if I don't, then I'm just fucked. That gives me grit for 5 minutes. So there. Here. That bumps that to 8. Great. That gives me a burst for a total of 7. So my temperature is good. At least as it stands right now, but that temperature clock doesn't make any sense because I've got grit. So the temperature is going to last for half the time that I have grit, which is supposed to protect the temperature and everything else from going down. But it won't. Ideally, I should have 12 minutes for my temperature, but I don't. I've got 8. So I've got 8 minutes of grit, 8 minutes of temperature, which also means that My hunger and my thirst are going to go down again as soon as the grid is gone. I have burst for 7 minutes and I have focus for 6 minutes. So basically, I've got 8 minutes to make it back up and past where I was. That kind of sucks. No. There, idiot. You see how much time I just wasted? I wasted 45 seconds doing that and failing. So what was the point? Jesus Christ. And now what? Look, I'm fucked again. That took me 8 minutes. Oh no, I'm sorry, it took me 4 minutes. It's like, okay, well, that's not good. And I would have 5 minutes had it not been for the fact that for whatever reason I had to fight the system the first time. Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna fall. Why? Because now every single second I have is going to be devoted to like not going in fucking stupid Giga hard mode, which doesn't make any sense. Okay. We're good, right? We better be, because that's the end of the grit. And I can't belay, because, again, I have absolutely no fucking idea where Idiot Bot is. He's just perpetually busy. Come on. Hurry up. Jesus Christ, are you just gonna, like, stay tired? Holy shit.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
So close.
No, you fucking idiot. Now I'm fucked. Oh. Fuck it. We're going the suicide way. I don't care. I'm already fucked. Might as well, right? You're gonna drop in a second. Who gives a shit? He's too stupid to do much of anything else. There, Jesus Christ. Okay. Now don't fuck this up. Why? Why is this a problem?
I'm so over this.
Why was this a problem? Why was it an issue? And why are you starting me off here? That makes even less sense. That's not where I belayed. Why would you move your anchor hand? Why would you ever do that? Like... If you have the thing that makes things instantly fucking better, why would you fuck yourself by doing that? Like, I understand I'm not the world's foremost authority on rock climbing here, but one would stand to think if you have something that you just put down that makes everything instantly better, why in the next second would you pick it back up expecting anything to go well? That, to me, just absolutely doesn't make any sense whatsoever. It makes zero sense. I will never, ever, ever fucking understand that. Never.
Almost. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well, you know, you keep saying, oh yeah, and then we just get face fucked every single time. So how about you stop saying, oh yeah, and just actually do something useful? Okay. This is where everything's really gonna start to suck. Again. Jesus Christ. Yeah. I know the feeling, lady. I've been dealing with your shit for the last 2 hours. I was about to lose my goddamn mind. Why is she doing this exactly? Oh, in terms of the story? She's doing it because she'd be the first. That's why. She'd be the first to reach the top, basically.
Right, come on.
10 meters. That's fucking insanity. All that work and look how far I fell. I'm literally like, I don't know, maybe 15, 20 feet from where I started, but in a worse position. That's insanity. So now I gotta do this all over again, because fucking why not?
A little break.
Okay, there. Bump that up to 4. Bump that up to 6. Gives me grit for 3. I don't want to think about that just now. Gives me a burst for 5. Plus 2. And I have to do all this now, by the way, because if I do it at any other point... Well, actually, I can't do it at any other point, which really sucks. Because I'm only going to have one more piton, because who knows what this fucking stupid thing is doing down there. That's going to give me grit for 3, plus the other one, which is grit for 5. Used right before a serious push. It won't let me. It won't let me even do it, but I can't do it anyway, because... Oh, never mind. What is this? Keepsakes. Sure, fuck it. Why not? Put it on. Who gives a shit? I don't even know what they do. With a route to the summit, it's a sign. Are we sure? Doesn't look like that much of a sign. It's the same fucking thing I've always had. Why am I all the way over here? Grab onto the shit. I'm just pissing away time. That's all I'm doing now. It doesn't even make sense anymore. It really doesn't even make sense. No idea where that is. Yeah, I've got no clue. It won't even let me load because I'm just so close to the fucking save point. How awful is that?
No, come on!
Why would you put your foot there?
Right on.
Why would you put your foot there? Why would you put your foot there? How about putting your foot in the right fucking place, you idiot? Jesus Christ.
No, no, no!
It doesn't even make sense. It doesn't even make remote sense. This is what happens when you let a group of people who are the same kind of group of people, or from the same group that created the Citroen, make a game. For those who don't know, the Citroen is notorious for making shit cars. In the sense that it looks like a car, it kind of operates like a car. Really wish I could do something with this fucking blanket. That'd be amazing. Also, I really need to understand this. How is it that powdered milk and powdered coffee is going to decrease your health? In what world does that make sense? What is it, because they're French and they have fresh milk delivered to their door every fucking day? And they can walk downstairs to the cafe and it costs them 2 cents for a fucking espresso? That they just have this, like, absolute belief that instant coffee and or powdered milk are going to decrease your overall health? Like, who in the fuck thought that was a good idea? Like, what? I'd love to know what the thought process behind that was. Oh, the Americans, they are all fat. They must be because of all the instant coffee and the powdered milk. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? It's just add water. What's in your mouth? Water. What, are you trying to snort it? Like, what is wrong? But then, soda they don't have a problem with. A sugary drink that helps bring people to the point of diabetes, it just, oh, okay, it just protects you for like fucking 3 minutes. But God forbid, like, what do they think? Do they think that just instant coffee is like heroin? And you're just boofing it?
A little break.
Maybe it's just me, but I know for a fact I've never boofed instant coffee trying to get high. Oh, it is so bad for you. Well, maybe if you had a little fucking instant coffee, you'd stop trying to put your goddamn foot where it's not supposed to be. When I specifically tell it to go somewhere else. Not gonna make it.
Oh, no, not now!
No, boof. As in ingesting something through your asshole.
Almost.
You've never heard boof? That's just a good enema? No, it's not a good enema. It can actually be incredibly fatal. Yeah, but that's... Okay, that's an enema. That's not boofing. Boofing is when you take something like... Is when, like, a college kid doesn't have a whole lot of money and they want to get really, really drunk and they only have, like, one beer. So instead of chugging it the normal way, they shove it in their asshole and they let it drain into them because there are no mucous membranes whatsoever in the colon, so it literally just absorbs the pure alcohol almost immediately. So you end up getting as drunk as you would if you went out to the bar and had 18 shots of tequila in 20 minutes. And the sad part is I actually know someone who's done it. And they almost died. Why and how you know this is concerning, and I'm thankful I actually and legitimately did not know this. Yeah, it's not like, oh, you're going to use a bidet and water goes up your ass and then it comes back out, right? Or you're giving yourself an enema, right? It's like you hold it for a little bit and then you let it out. It like the sad part is that I know this because I know somebody from college who actually did it. That's the worst part. And he got, like, royally fucked up. And I know the question. The question is why. The answer? Because he's fucking stupid. Now I'm back down even farther than I was. And it's like, well, again, what's the fucking point? Just let me fucking cut the rope. At this point. Seriously, just let me cut the rope. There's got to be a better way to do this. There has to be. Because this is just stupid. You know what? Fuck it. Nope. Fuck it. We're going all the way down. I don't give a fuck. Just grab the fucking thing. There you go. Oh, now I can retrieve shit. Fucking idiot. There we go. Good. Now we're moving down. Because you're too stupid to do anything else. Just put your foot over there, stupid. Nope. I want to go back. No, I want to go back. Fuck you.
Oh, come on!
There we go. Fantastic. Okay. Now let me go down. Oh, good. Now you finally fucking... Good job, idiot. How far am I from that bridge? Almost there. Good. Because that's where I'm fucking going. Why are you doing that? What, are you dumb? Are you new? Don't know what you're doing there, sweetheart. But whatever it is, it isn't good. Please, fall to your death. You'd be doing us all a favor. Fantastic. Good, you're down. Yeah, well, you can't do shit anyway, so why are you bitching? We're going back across, and we're going up by where the bear is. Good. Now, let's see how badly you can fuck this all up. That's not where I put my fucking foot. Jesus Christ. Oh, yeah, sure. She's got no problem doing this all fucking day. Can't do it when it actually counts, though. Fuck. Yeah, no, it's fine. Just fucking Spider-Man yourself across a straight cliff. But don't do it when it actually matters. It's fine. Oh, please, fall all the way. Do me a favor. Holy shit. Yeah, good. Quick rest. Yeah, fuck you. Quick rest. The only thing you need to do is just be eaten by this fucking bear. That's what you need to do. Oh, great.
I'm gonna slip.
Thank God. Yes! Die! Don't know what you're doing, but whatever it is, it's stupid. It's literally everything else you've done so far.
It's freezing.
Yeah, well, hopefully your suffering will be over soon. That's all we can hope for. No, not damn it. You did this to yourself, stupid. Where's that piton? I don't even know if I got the piton in. I have no fucking idea. Fantastic. Nice. Twisted. Amazing. Nope. Come on, idiot.
No!
Yep, that's right. Just keep failing. It's all you're good at. Oh, come on. Would you... You know you want a new way to fail. Why don't you? I've been doing that the entire fucking time. The last 6 fucking hours of gameplay. Well, you don't like failing all of a sudden? I thought you loved it. I thought it was your thing.
No, not now!
Come on. Yeah, you're not over it enough.
No, come on!
Well, stop being fucking stupid then. Maybe something will happen. Maybe something good. How? How? He's literally right there. How? How does this make any sense? I can use literally everything, but I can't collect chalk. How does this make any sense?
Just a smidge.
You can't even move a smidge. Every time you try to move a smidge, you fuck up. Yeah, on your fucking tiptoes on the ledge. That's exactly what I told you to do. Right. Nah, it doesn't matter. You're useless anyway.
No!
Well, then, I don't know, do something? For once? Do something? Stop being shit at it? Like, I have no fucking idea what it is they expect me to do. There's obviously, I'm not supposed to go this way, right? It's clear, and I'm doing this to make a point, that I am not, under any circumstances, supposed to be going this way. It is stupid for me to go this way. Fair enough. So then how in the fuck am I supposed to go up a sheer, straight fucking wall for the better part of a football field when I have to fight the system that's supposed to be helping?
I'm freezing up.
Thank God. It means your suffering will be over. Like, this is the worst part. I'll show you. This is the worst part. You want to see what other people are doing to get through this? Which is galactically stupid, by the way. Hang on. And the sad part is that it actually fucking works. They're just fucking going for it. That's it. They're just like, oh no, no, fucking, I'm just gonna blitzkrieg the wall climb. I have no idea what that is, by the way. No, this is what they're doing. They're blitzkrieging it. That's all they're doing. They're just blitzkrieging the whole thing and rewinding. That's not me, by the way. They're just fucking brute forcing it. They're not even trying to climb correctly. They're literally just brute forcing the fucking thing until it works. And it's like, well, if that's the point, and if that's what it takes, then why, how is this even fun? This is where I was. This is where I fell. Like, they don't even give a shit. They don't even care about the ledges or anything like... They're just brute forcing the motherfucker. That's all they're doing.
Come on. No, no, no.
Like, is it just me, or does this kind of feel like this is just flat out cheating?
No. No, 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 no.
Watch, mark my words, they're gonna keep doing this until they brute force themselves all the way up.
No, not now. Oh, come- No, no, no!
Like, I don't get this. I don't understand how this is fun. They're just rewinding. I don't even know how to rewind, but that's all they're doing is just rewinding. And they're just brute forcing their way up, regardless of where the footholds or where the handholds are, and literally just going straight up.
No, not now!
Like, for the life of me, I don't even know what that is. For the life of me, I don't understand.
No, 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 no.
Like, what?
No.
Is this even the way? I have no idea. I mean, there's handholds and there's footholds, sure. But it doesn't matter, because whoever this fucking idiot is doesn't care. They're just literally rewinding, which apparently resets the, like, the stress animation, or the strain animation. And they're literally just climbing up a sheer rock. They don't really give much of a shit as to where the handholds and footholds are. They're just like, nah, fuck it.
No, no, no!
And, like, the worst part is I can see exactly where, like, the game wants you to go. right? Because you can see all the different, like, cracks and veins and everything like that in the rock. So, okay, fair enough, right? You can get up here and you can do this, but you're not supposed to be scaling it like fucking Spider-Man.
Strapping down.
I don't understand this. I really don't. We're at about 8 hours in. Okay, let me see here. Let me see if I can find another one. How about this one? This is only 6.5 or almost 7 hours, right? I have no idea where that is. So I gotta go back even further. Hello? Where is this? This is just frustrating.
Hey Marco, I meant what I said.
Hey, this one?
No. Listen to me. Marco? Are you okay?
Now I gotta go even further back to see what she did because she's climbing with Marco. Oh, so okay, they made it to the top already. And they see Marco. Okay. So how did they make it? Come on. Anytime.
It's freezing. Yo. Come on.
Once again,
Okay.
breaking your concentration.
Okay, where does this put her? Where the fuck is she? Yeah, they're finding really good footholds, but they're also like in a different area, which is what I'm trying to figure out, is like, where are they? Because if I can find, like, if I can go to that area, then fuck it. I watched the Khan episode, then Wrath of Khan, and Search for Spock last night. Haven't seen anything that good lately. Wrath of Khan and Search for Spock are literally two of the best Star Trek movies that they've ever made. Where the hell is she? Had to be in the wrong spots or something, but like it should guide. Well, and that's the worst part is like, okay, are they going to show the map? Okay, so they're on the far left. Okay, fair enough. They're on the far, far left. But, like, it only goes up so high. And then there's just nothing. And it's like, okay, well, that sucks. So then it's just guesswork from there. Haven't seen them in a long time, Bloop. Glad they hold up. They should, but you never... Oh, yeah, no. Wrath of Khan and Search for Spock are easily some of the best Star Trek movies they've ever made. I would go out of my way to argue that the first 6 Star Trek movies and First Contact are probably the best out of all of them. So that means that Generations was but it wasn't great. And then Insurrection was and Nemesis just fell apart. 2009 wasn't really worth it. And then after that you head Into Darkness, which was a disaster, and Star Trek Beyond, which was also a disaster. See, I like this way. The way I'm going is just like fucking smashing my head against a wall until it feels good. Oh, okay. They're just starting from the same place, so maybe they took a break or something. And it's challenging. It's definitely challenging for them. That's what I was waiting for. It's definitely challenging for them, which is good. Yeah, they are way, way, way over on the far left. I think that's what I'm gonna have to do. I think that's exactly what I'm gonna have to do, sadly, is I'm gonna have to go all the way fucking back. Okay, wait a minute. If I can... Okay. So here, go in here. Yes. Okay. Let's see. Do that. That's good. Yeah, seriously, thank you, person who found a spot. So, okay. So... No, wrong button. Which way are they? It's gotta be over there. Which is pure fucking insanity, but there is a save point over there. Maybe that's what they did? I don't know.
Incoming.
Okay.
Oh, yes. Ah. Is Ava a mountaineer or an urban climber? Clearly a bit of both.
Well, I can tell you what you definitely aren't. Yes! Keep going, idiot. Good luck. I need to head to bed. Take care. Crit, have yourself a great night. Appreciate you being here. So, Bloop, have you seen the other movies? No. Okay. Only Nemesis. Okay. I would personally recommend going back through the original cast movies. So the motion picture, you've already seen Wrath of Khan. You saw Search for Spock, but then you also have The Voyage Home, which is really good. You have The Final Frontier, which is Star Trek V. That one's not as bad as people let on, but I'm going to be honest, William Shatner got really screwed as a director for that one. And then you have Star Trek VI. Those are arguably some of the best movies that Star Trek has ever made. They were, in my opinion, even though some of them are easier to like than others, those are probably going to be the ones that outlast all the other stuff. Right? And then after that, you got Generations. Generations isn't bad. It's just not great. Then you have First Contact, which is amazing. I really, really like First Contact. And then you have Insurrection, which, it's okay. And then you have Nemesis, which, oh boy. So yeah, I'd go back and I'd watch them. I mean, they're definitely worth a watch. They're always worth a watch, for sure. And not to mention, how did you like Christopher Lloyd as Krug? He's easily one of the best bad guys. I like how they actually gave the Klingonese dialogue. Well, so really, really funny thing. Really funny thing about that. So in the motion picture, which is the first movie, right? You have a shot right after the beginning credits. And it starts off, the movie starts off with 3 Klingon battle cruisers, right? And they come across, I won't spoil it for you, but they come across something. And the first, I want to say it's roughly about 10 minutes or so, is literally all Klingons speaking in Klingonese. And believe it or not, the person who helped develop Klingonese is James Doohan, aka Scotty. So they kind of had like a primer of what it was. And James Doohan was always like really, really, really big into Star Trek. He loved Star Trek. He loved doing anything and everything that he could to help out. And they kind of had a primer and they shot a couple of things. And James Doohan asked if he could take a look at it because he's always really gung-ho about shit and so on. And he saw the Klingon scene and it didn't sound right and it wasn't flowing very well and they couldn't figure out why. And he said, well, let me take a look at what they're supposed to say, right? In terms of like the sounds that they're making and stuff like that. Because apparently he's really, really good at language. And they said, okay. So he took a look at it and then he said, I might actually be able to help with this. So then he said, give me like 3 days. So then he went through and he redid a lot of the actual like Klingon language so that it was a hell of a lot better when it came to being on screen and made a lot more sense in terms of things that were being sounded out and so on. And it worked so well that they just kept it, and like literally the reason why Klingon or Klingonese is the way it is today is because of James Doohan in 1976, which is insane. So yeah, I mean the motion picture, that's kind of incredible, isn't it? So, like, the motion picture, I will warn you, there's like 4 different versions of the motion picture. It doesn't really matter which one you watch because you're going to be left with questions. Long story short, it's definitely more of a... there's not a lot of action, I'll be honest. But it's definitely more of like a cerebral thing. And although it was cool, and although you get amazing glory shots of the Enterprise, and you know it's a love letter to Star Trek and everything like that, I will be honest, it's slow. It is very slow, but worth it. Totally worth it. So, yeah, I mean, definitely watch it, but you'll definitely see or notice a change when it comes to the difference between the motion picture and the Wrath of Khan, for sure. You absolutely will. There's a lot of differences. But it's worth a shot. It's definitely worth a watch, for sure. That's fine. Dramatized brain strategy is another thing. Yeah, no, this is... What's the best way to put it? I mean, you'll get the general gist of it. You'll absolutely get the general gist of it. It's just, it's very... I guess one of the best ways to put it is one of the things that everybody loved about Star Trek, the original series, right, is more the fact that 9 times out of 10, Kirk and everybody else kind of had to think their way out of a problem. Not the monster of the week shit, although there were a couple that were memorable, but generally speaking, you know, Spock would have to come up with some idea or what have you so that things would actually work the way that they were meant to, right? And that's all well and fine, and then they'd put the thought into practice, and Spock would keep going about and doing his thing, and hey, it very well may work or it may not. But the point is that they tried. And that's really cool. Right? Versus Star Wars, and this is kind of where the whole Star Wars versus Star Trek thing comes from, is with Star Wars, 90% of the time, they just blast their way out of any problem. That's not how Star Trek it was. So a lot of people really, really enjoyed Star Trek specifically because of the thought processes behind things and the more scientific approach of doing something and so on. The motion picture is more of a love letter to that. Do you know what I mean? Like that's kind of the whole thing. It's more of a love letter to doing that than it is with, even though it's really good drama, it's like a night and day comparison when you compare Wrath of Khan to the motion picture. As I'm getting older, I'm going towards Star Trek. No, funny thing, Red Letter Media, not long ago, they were, well, I should say Mike Stacklasa was actually like, he was kind of excited because he and Rich Evans are really big Star Trek fans and have been for forever, right? And they were talking about Deep Space Nine, but then they also mentioned that what they're noticing when it comes to YouTube is you see all these people who are of a younger generation that are going back and watching the older Star Trek movies and finding out, hey, these movies are actually really good, and the ones that we were given suck. So it's like a, what do I want to call it? It's not really a reckoning, but it's like, you know what I'm saying, right? It's like it's being justified, right? All the old movies are being justified because literally the stuff that we've gotten in the last like 20 years that's come from Star Trek in terms of movies has just, well, almost 20 years has just sucked. Right? And you go back and you see the depth of the characters and you see all these different things about the ship and you see them actually use the ship, not just as a fucking point A to point B thing and like all this other stuff. And it's actually really well done. It's really well done. You know, like, I mean, think of it this way, right? When they did the Star Trek reboot movie, 90% of everything in the ship that wasn't the bridge was filmed in a Budweiser factory because it looked industrial. No bullshit. That's how dumb J.J. Abrams is. It looked industrial, so it'll work for the future. Oh, okay. But other than them using the Budweiser factory as a place where they can literally run around, and I'm not using that metaphorically, I mean literally like run from one point to another so that the camera can get it in some dramatic fashion. They don't do much of anything with the quote-unquote other sets of the ship. So the bridge is basically where everything takes place, but even then, they only use the bridge as the part where you can imagine that the ship is going from point A to point B. So everything is just used as a mode of transportation to get them to a really shitty storyline. Whereas in The Search for Spock, which you just saw last night, how much time was taken up by explaining different things about not only the Enterprise, but the Excelsior, so when it actually came time for them to utilize those tools, everything made sense, and the buildup was really, really good to what you knew was going to eventually happen. Like at the beginning of Star Trek 3, right? They're coming back. The Enterprise is bruised and battered. They get into space dock. You see all the people looking at the side of the ship, and it's all, scorched to fuck. The Admiral comes aboard. He's talking to Kirk. He's talking to Scotty. Captain Scott, we'd like you to report to the Excelsior as Captain of Engineering tomorrow. Well, I appreciate it, sir, but I'd rather I'd rather see to the refit of Enterprise. I'm sorry, Mr. Scott, but there will be no refit. But, sir, and then they go on and on and on, and he talk. Jim, the Enterprise is 20 years old. We feel her day is done. Okay, fair enough. And then you have all the stuff with McCoy, and you have the stuff with Sarek, and you realize, oh, okay, well, this is what happened with Spock, and now they got to get back to Genesis and all this other shit. And here's Scotty. It pays off because here's Scotty, and he's getting in the turbo lift, and he's standing next to Captain Styles. Oh, Mr. Scott, eager to break some of the Enterprise speed records tomorrow. Aye, sir, right. And then Captain gets off and he's annoyed because it's not Kirk, and he's annoyed because he's on the Excelsior, he's not on the Enterprise, right? The computer's level. And he's transporter room. Thank you. Up your shaft. He's pissed, right? And then he gets onto the bridge of the Enterprise after they go through the whole thing, and then he hands Dr. McCoy what look like marbles, and he's, what the hell is this? Oh, a little something I took out of Excelsior's drive core. Oh, okay, cool. So he sabotaged something. This is kind of interesting. And then sure enough, The big moment comes. Excelsior's supposed to chase Enterprise. Enterprise says, fuck it. They hit the button. They go off into warp speed, and nothing happens with Excelsior because they're dead in the water and they lost everything except for the computer, which lost its mind and went, "Good morning, Captain." Like, that's kind of smart. That's the payoff. Okay, cool. J.J. Abrams can't come up with anything like that. Never has been able to. Right? It was great. Or, like you said, the Klingons, right? Speaking in Klingonese. That was cool. Christopher Lloyd, who at that point was literally known as... He was known as Reverend Jim, one of the dumbest but most hilarious characters from Taxi, to be easily one of the best bad guys in Star Trek history. How amazing is that? He was so good. So good as Krug. Or that speech that he has when the Enterprise and the Bird of Prey are both, like, really hurting after they fire at each other. "Admiral Kirk, this is your opponent speaking. It is not I who will surrender, it is you." Like, I mean, he just chews the scene. It's so good. Abrams tried, but there's too many breaks between comedic relief, but Abrams forgot to build the tension, so it seems like satire. It's not even that. It's just he can't think of doing anything without trying to make it funny. Because he feels like everything needs to have some sort of punchline, when in reality, all it's actually doing is just fucking with all the tension that's been built. And then he doesn't realize that you have to build it all back up. As soon as you break that tension, you have to build it back up. Because if you don't, then whatever is supposed to actually happen just falls flat because nobody cares. Because everybody goes, ha 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 ha, instead of, like, gripping their fucking armrests. Right? Like, but Krug, man, Christopher Lloyd, was so good. Hell, even when he went down to the planet. "I come here to find the secret of the Genesis weapon. And instead, what do I find? A human male, a Vulcan boy, and a female." Right? He's just so fucking good. He just is. He's so good. Like, even when he actually speaks in Klingon, that's amazing. He even sounds so much more badass when he talks in Klingon. It's just, it's so well done. It is so well done. And yeah, I feel like people sleep on those older movies. And me too, I'm really, really glad that, you know, the younger generations are going back and they're watching the older movies, because, god damn, those are so good. They just are. Like, I mean, you have banger after banger after banger, right? You have Khan. Oh, God, Khan was so good. Ricardo Montalban as Khan was amazing, right? Christopher Lloyd as Krug was amazing. Even though Star Trek 4 was, like, more lighthearted, it was still really, really, really good. Star Trek 5, I can never remember the guy's name, but he's the guy who plays Sybok. He was so fucking good. Christopher Plummer as General Chang in Star Trek 6 was so fucking good. Like, every time there was a Star Trek movie back then, you knew it was an event. You knew it was something to be excited about. And now it's just like, oh yeah, no, there's a new Star Trek thing. Ew. But it's like back then, it's like you had Star Trek V, and Star Trek V came out right before the Next Generation. And then by the time Star Trek 6 came out, Next Gen, I think, was going from season 2 to season 3. So you had 2 generations of Star Trek. And then after the end of season 3 of Next Gen, you had Deep Space Nine start. So you still technically had Kirk, Picard, and now Cisco all at the same time. It was huge. The con actor, Ricardo Montalban, had me scared as he's picking those brain slugs and putting them right into the guys. Oh, God, yeah. Oh, yeah. Allow me to introduce you to the only remaining indigenous species of Ceti Alpha 5. Not quite domesticated. Right, like, oh, the way he does those lines. So good. So fucking good. Enter through the ear, wrap themselves around the cerebral cortex, making the victim more susceptible to... What was it? More susceptible to... I can't remember the word he used. But you know what I'm talking... Like, that whole speech. So good. Suggestion. Yes, thank you. Suggestion. That's what it was. It was so good. Or like... Even when, and I know it's kind of a retcon, but it's fine because everybody loves it anyway, right? Everybody shows up in the cargo carrier, right? Just as Chekhov and the captain are trying to leave, and he looks at Captain Terrell. He goes, "I don't know you," and then he goes over to Chekhov, "But you, I never forget a face." Lieutenant Chekhov, was it? Right, he was so good. Like, just the way he said, "I never forget a face." And you're like, oh, shit. Like, and then, like, even later on, when he's really getting pissed, and he's really getting vengeful, and he's starting to make mistakes, you can tell that he's just being driven insane, because Kirk has the upper hand, right? And he's doing all these things that he shouldn't do, and he's letting his emotions get the best of him, and, like, it's just so well done. So well done. But it's because he's smart. That's what makes it so good. Right? In the original series episode, they tell you and they show you how smart of a person he is. And he starts quoting poetry to what's-her-name. And, like, he starts talking in certain ways that, even by their standards, are incredibly intelligent. And, you know, he is super strong, and he is very conniving, and he is, like, all these things, and that's great. And then he comes back, and he's just as good as he used to be, if not better. And it's just like, fuck, man, it's so good. It's so good. Or, like, the fact that, oh, yeah, they're still in the cargo carrier, right? And he goes, "Now, You can tell me where to find Captain Kirk. And Tyrell's like, well, I've never even met Admiral Kirk. He goes, Admiral. Tell me where I can find Admiral Kirk. Right, you know, like, it's just fucking holy shit. It's so good. It's so good. And you can tell he's pissed. You can tell he's so pissed because Kirk's an admiral. You don't have that in the new movies. You don't have that at all.
Is Arbor a mountaineer or an urban climber? Clearly a bit of both. Whoosh.
Or one of my oh my god, dude, one of my favorite lines in that entire movie. Well, I should say two of my favorites, right? Two of my favorite lines in Wrath of Khan is, my dear friend, you're still alive. And Kirk is pissed and he's like, still alive, old friend. Right? And he, you know, and then Kirk keeps like trying to rub it in his face. You know, you killed just about everyone here, but you keep missing the target. Right? And he's like, oh, I've done far worse than kill you. I've hurt you. And I'm going to keep on hurting you. Right? And he just, oh, and he just, you can tell he's just turning the screws, and you can see the veins in Kirk's head, right, as he's so pissed, right? He's so pissed. Buried alive. Buried alive. And then, like, Kirk just lets out that scream. Holy shit. My god, it was good. He was such a good villain. And I know Sophia has talked about it before, and she's like, two of the best over actors got to play in that. And she's not wrong, by the way, because I mean, William Shatner is great, but he does overact. For sure. But that's what made it so good. Is the both of them are just having fun with it. It was so fucking good. It was amazing. And we were just there, we were just along for the ride the entire time, and it was just, how could you not love it? Growing weirdly with the weather conditions difficult, I can't even remember when we parted ways. The days are blended together in my head, and distant memories are less blurry than remembering what I ate yesterday. I remember you, then 13 years old, walking through the gate of Bernardo Orphanage. I remember your eyes, too. Piercing, having already seen it and experienced much, despite your young age. And your love of books, especially those that recounted the great human epics. You who had no family home loved to memorize those whose exploits you admired. With you, I learned to be passionate about stories, too, spending hours in the library dreaming of those snowy peaks trodden by the bravest. The articles on Cami, the Queen Mountain, and the folly of following you on an unreasonable expedition when we came of age. But in the end, did we have anything better to do with our lives once we left the orphanage? Roberto, the poor fool who never stops climbing, alone with his ghost. Oh, well, good job, Roberto, you fucking idiot. Yes! Nice! Good job. The ascent is over. Well, I mean, we did kind of fall a ways. Not as much as I would have liked, but a ways. For sure. I'm still trying to figure out exactly which way that person went. I think, now that I can actually check, I think it, let me see. I think they might have gone this way. That's the only thing I can think of. So if they went straight up, right, they'd have to go through here, which I think that's about right. And then they took a left, and then they went up maybe this way, which seems about right. That way they kind of missed all the bullshit. So if they were right here, and I go down... Okay, so it's not too far. Balls. Oh, well, that's not good. Okay, so we're here. And they went... Well, let me see here. Okay. No. Well, I guess. Could be worse.
Oh, yes.
Good. Nice. Okay. Good. Okay. Now, if I go... I have to go right. I think. Well... maybe not. I mean, maybe a little right, but not by much. Well, keep your hands there, idiot. No. Yay! Oh! Oh, she went chin first into that rock and just kept going. Damn. All right. I think I'm going to call it for tonight. I think that's the best thing to do before I just lose my goddamn mind. I'm going to look up a fucking walkthrough tomorrow that doesn't suck. That way we can come back. And we can beat this motherfucker. Because we got to be close. There's no way we're not. We have to be close. But I do want to thank everybody for being here. I want to thank everybody for hanging out. We had Crit, we had Aelin, we had Bloop. Spectre was here. We had Bleached. Gina, thank you so much for the raid. Good to see ya. Glad you were having fun. I know it's rough doing a boss for 2 streams straight. I get it. But I know you'll get through it. You always do. You're a tough cookie. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I really appreciate it. I will be back later on today. And yeah. Again, I know it's a little past it, but Aelin, happy birthday. Hopefully it was a great one. Glad you got some good noms. Glad you had a good day. And, yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. So thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for watching. And have yourselves a great day, great night, wherever you are. Be good to yourselves, be good to one another, stay safe, stay frosty, and of course, the #1 golden rule around here: try to remember some of the basics of CQC. And I will be seeing all of you